Hot, hot. Okay, here we go.
Hello, and welcome to Midnight Metal. Robin Meyer Burnett and Dave Parker, they're fucking metal. Midnight Metal, Midnight Metal, Midnight Metal.
Well, greetings, all you metalheads. Once again, it's I, Robert Meyer Burnett. I don't have a nickname. I forgot my nicknames. I don't know what they are, but something to do with metal. You can tell my t-shirt's so metal. I'm looking so metal today, don't I? No, I know. But metal's a state of mind. And you know, if I'm not metal, and I'm not as metal as you want me to be, fuck yeah, I have Dave Parker to be even more metal than me. Dave, how are you doing tonight? Are you feeling metal?
I'm feeling great, Rob. I'm here in the Afterlife offices to do this show. Real special treat for everyone to see where I'm working. So let's. We got a lot to talk about today.
We do. Now I have to say,
I hope everyone's doing great.
Once again, you came up with a really great topic. It's more of an, it's not like the old days where we get really hammered and like blather on. This is an actual really interesting topic about legacy sequels, and because we're getting a lot of them, and it's always been sort of, it wasn't really a staple of Hollywood. Sequels weren't really, in the days of Godfather 2, that was very unique. Sequels were not usually something that happened. I mean, in the 70s we got like Jaws 2, Godfather 2, that was an anomaly. Planet of the Apes movies, they weren't really sequels as much as they were different stories. I guess Beneath was a direct sequel to Planet of the Apes, but Escape from the Planet of the Apes wasn't really a sequel to Planet of the Apes. It was a whole different movie. So,
but with characters that did cross over.
But they were made, and when they did make sequels, they were made pretty close. I mean, Aliens, I remember Aliens, that was 7 years after Alien. That seemed like a really long time. Now, of course, we live in a world, I mean, I think the first time I really thought about a legacy sequel was Color of Money, Martin Scorsese's Color of Money, which is a sequel to The Hustler from the early 60s. But the thing about Color of Money was The Hustler and Color of Money were both based on novels written by Walter Tevis, who wrote Man Who Fell to Earth and Queen's Gambit. So that was a legit, I guess it would be a legacy sequel, but it literally had a book that it was adapting. But now we're getting, we got one this week. We got a legacy sequel, 3.5 decades from the original. Top Gun Maverick, Blade Runner.
The Man with No Name trilogy. I guess that would kind of count as well.
But those aren't really legacy sequels because they kind of came out.
Not legacy sequels, but sequels when we were talking about sequels that come up and stuff like that. And then someone in the chat just pointed out that the Rooster Cogburn character did appear again with John Wayne playing the same character.
He did
down the road a little bit there, but again, you're right. It was more rare, and the idea of doing what has been termed a legacy sequel and something that has been gone for a number of years, and then bringing a new story, but bringing some of the classic characters and introducing new ones, not sometimes to pass the torch, sometimes not. It's just it's been an interesting phenomena, and the thing is, there's when putting even just the flyer together, I was like going, oh yeah, that one was pretty good too, that one was good, that one was good. I mean, you again, like with everything, you get the good and the
but I think what we're talking about is sequels that have decades apart from one another.
Sure.
And I think
at least a decade, I would say.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting to see what works. And, like, for instance, look, as much as I really liked Blade Runner 2049, it didn't make any money. I mean, it was almost a $200 million movie, more than $200 million if you include marketing costs, obviously. And the thing was, while we love Blade Runner was never a very successful movie. It certainly didn't make any money in the theater. It's become a legendary film, since it went on to home video on Embassy Home Entertainment and all the laser discs and DVDs and Blu-rays, the package that Charlie worked on. But But so to spend $200 million on a Blade Runner sequel, literally 3 decades after the fact, was that a smart thing to do?
Well, I think what it speaks to is I think it speaks to how major studios have been listening to fandom, but is that necessarily a good thing? Just because I mean, that could be part of the discussion that we have, is the fact that fans want it enough to justify it, really. Now, in the case of Beetlejuice, which is an expensive movie, it made more, I think, this weekend than the entire run of the original movie.
Right.
So in that sense, the studios say, well, yes. A lot of the time, these movies are very successful, at least, especially the opening weekend, because there's so much curiosity and there's so much hype. And I certainly, with this particular movie, I kind of avoided the trailers, and I didn't watch any clips or anything. I just wanted to go on because I really love the original movie.
Me too.
Quite a bit. And it was something that came from nowhere. I mean, at that point, you would have to be pretty, like, kind of really in the know to know who Tim Burton was.
Well, I mean, he only done Pee-wee's Big Adventure, and then the shorts like Frankenweenie and Vincent.
Right.
Were really the only things, and not Frankenweenie, what was turned into a movie, the actual original short. And as much as I love Vincent, I mean, Tim Burton had the soul of an animator, really. He always has. And I think, Beetlejuice, when Beetlejuice came out, it was a huge pop culture phenomenon. Maybe it didn't make the kind of, I mean, not a lot of movies were making the kind of money they make now, because it was mostly a domestic. Back in the 80s, movies were released domestically, and they weren't such a worldwide issue in terms of business. But, how many times did you hear Day-O? I mean, it
brought that song back into the
Banana Boat song became, Harry Belafonte and
huge hit,
Mm-hmm.
So again, because of Beetlejuice,
and I think Beetlejuice, arguably, to me, when I think Tim Burton, I think Beetlejuice, Edward Scissorhands, and Ed Wood. To me, I don't even think Batman. I mean, I know he did Batman, but the quintessential Tim Burton movies to me were those 3 films.
But I think in a weird way, Batman is quintessential Tim Burton.
Yeah, it is, but it's him.
Batman Returns more so.
Yeah, but he's still doing a riff on a previously existing property, whereas Beetlejuice,
where these were like wholly original things that really came from his mind.
Yeah, and Rick Heinrich's production design,
and Carolyn Thompson, who wrote. She wrote Edward Scissorhands.
Yeah,
Michael McDowell, and was it Sam Hamm who wrote Beetlejuice?
Sam Hamm wrote Batman.
I know Michael McDowell was at least one of the writers on Beetlejuice. I thought there might be another. I thought there might be a second one that I can't remember. Anyway, but it all becomes very interesting in the sense, especially having seen the new one this week.
Yeah,
we'll probably, just warning guys, we're probably going to get into some spoilers. We don't have to like go into like deep dive spoilers or anything else, but I think to have this discussion of, are these, I guess the discussion is, are these legacy sequels worth it or not?
Right.
To do. And I mean, like with any movie, it becomes a very case-by-case basis, because some, as we'll get into, are great. But I think what's interesting is, like, if something doesn't work for you, if you don't particularly care for the movie, or you're disappointed by it, what is it? What are the factors that have led to that with this? Like Blade Runner, 2049 is a great example of, like, well, I wasn't really expecting too much, and it was it was its own thing, but again, in sort of its tone and its mood and everything, it was a very, very close, strong companion to the first movie.
Yeah, I mean, and it was made by people. I mean, Denis Villeneuve is one of our the best filmmakers working today, and obviously brought back Harrison Ford, but it had a really interesting story. Even the opening scene with Dave Bautista was something that was in the original Blade Runner, that was something they reworked, and they brought that back. And it really had an interesting... I thought it carried forward the story in interesting ways. And I think, though, here's my problem with the idea of a legacy sequel in general, is that we grew up in a time when most of the time we were getting original visions. Yeah, there was many Friday the 13th movies and slasher movies had sequels, but we were seeing so many films that were, like when the first Beetlejuice came out, no one had ever seen anything like it.
No,
it was clearly
a purely original,
a purely original thing, and the stop motion effects, the production design, everything about it was so. The character of Beetlejuice himself, what Michael Keaton was doing. I mean, we were only 6 years away from his turn in Night Shift, where Michael Keaton really came on the scene, and in the 80s he was doing movies like Mr. Mom, and he was clearly a great screen presence, but that really solidified him as this incredible presence, and it was something brand new, and once we live in a world where Beetlejuice exists, can you ever hope to absolutely capture what that film... I would argue no, because you're going to see more of it, but it can't possibly be as groundbreaking as seeing that first movie was. I mean, that first movie was so off the wall, and you had no idea where it was going to go. It was so bold and brazen and hilarious, and it went all over the place, this great sense of anarchy. And when it came out in 88, no one had seen anything remotely similar to it. And then it made, they made that great, actually I thought it was pretty great, the Beetlejuice cartoon series. I didn't watch a lot of it, but what I saw of it, I thought, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, and which is now all 4 seasons are on Tubi right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I did not.
They're coming to Max soon, but they're on Tubi right now, I guess. I watched a little of those, and it's again, it was a branching off of what this now is, IP, property, franchise, everything else, and stuff. But yeah, I want to get all right. Well, you sort of like teased it enough and everything. Did you get to see the movie?
I did.
Okay. What'd you think?
Well, I thought the issues of dealing with family, the passing of the torch, when relatives pass, and what does that all mean? Because, and the elements of romantic comedy are definitely a big part of that franchise, and I thought that they did some really interesting things that way with Monica Bellucci, and I thought, but for the most part, I have to say, I kind of felt when it was over, why? What possessed, other than they've been trying to make a Beetlejuice, I feel like a lot of these legacy sequels, some of them like this one, they've been trying to crack this for years, decades. And they probably had spent so much money trying to get it made or write it. I mean, probably millions and millions of dollars. They just figured, well, let's do it. We can make our money back. We've already spent $10 million developing however many scripts they developed. And, Tim Burton wanted to do it. Michael Keaton, why not? The stars aligned. But I just felt it was unnecessary.
Well, I think you can argue that with most of these things, that they're technically unnecessary. And I think it's a weird thing where the demand is certainly one of the driving forces from fandom and from people. The thing is, I remember reading, there was a long time where Tim Burton didn't want to do it. Michael Keaton didn't want to do it. And,
right.
and they keep saying, well, we don't want to do it unless it's the right thing. And this time, and that certainly filled everyone with excitement. Like, we found it, we got it, this is the right thing, and we're excited about this, and we're really pumped and everything. And I have to say, watching it as well, that I was really I was let down. I don't want to say totally disappointed. I mean, the production design is great.
Yeah, I guess I wouldn't say. Yeah, I think let down is the right.
But for me, the thing is, and again, our experience dealing with the studio system and studio notes and things like that, relatively small potatoes comparatively. It's just, I think the problem is that it feels so episodic. It feels like they tried to cram an entire season into an hour and 44-minute movie. And the thing is, they just didn't have. The thing is, then they didn't develop some things. Some things were just sort of like, okay, here it is. And it was kind of annoying because, like, okay, here it is. Isn't this a cool design? Won't this make a great Halloween costume? And, the Monica Bellucci character is pointless.
Yeah.
If that's going to be your, and the thing is, they had like 6 different stories going on.
Right.
And in the first Beetlejuice, you had maybe 3 that were all sort of connected in a way. You had the Maitlands, you had Lydia's thing, and then you had her parents' thing.
Right.
But they were all sort of connected and they blended. These were all like, it's like, okay, well, Lydia, she's on the show, but she's dour still and stuff like that, which is consistent with her character. But then she's with this Justin Theroux character, who again, it seems kind of, I don't know if he was supposed to be, in a weird way, a replacement for Jeffrey Jones, except that character is so prominently featured in the movie anyway, which felt, again, like unnecessary. It just felt like you don't need to throw that in. I guess they go, oh, well, it's a funny gag, but then they kept it going and going, and to me, it was just the script didn't work, and that was, and not just the script. I'll tell you, for me, the biggest thing that let me down on this one was, it was almost like the writers and Tim Burton and everyone involved, including the actors, in my opinion, had forgotten what the original movie was, which was a comedy. It was zany. It was a cartoon.
Yeah.
And this one had so much. Again, I don't know what it is about a lot of these, but there's so much earnestness and pathos and things like that they're dealing with. And I don't know, is that a reflection of Gen Z right now? Is that what they want? I don't know. The movie did great this weekend, so maybe I'm wrong, but to me it was like, where's the wackiness? Why is Beetlejuice is subdued? He's not dancing around, he's not being rude and crude. I mean, there's a couple gags, obviously, but most of it feels like, well, I'm in the makeup. Isn't that enough?
I would agree. I mean,
Catherine O'Hara's character is, and look, this is a movie, guys. I know in real life people change as they grow and stuff. I get that, but this is a movie. It's a sequel to Beetlejuice. Sure, it's 36 years later, but she became like this sort of weird. She was always this weird, quirky New York, but she lost the quirk. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It feels like Tim Burton lost the quirk.
I would totally agree with you. And I think what I was looking for, that, yeah, like you said, it was a little too grounded in reality and people's pathos. And, I wanted to see, like, look, to me, legacy sequels that worked, I would look at both Color of Money and Top Gun Maverick, where you had the original characters who had now gotten older, and in a way they were put out to pasture. Tom Cruise's days of the whole fighter pilot program was ending, and seeing him go back, I mean, yeah, then it was a retread of Star Wars, but it still had enough in it that it was fun, and it delivered the goods from a Top Gun movie, exactly what you wanted it to deliver. And in Color of Money, kind of the same way. Paul Newman was old now, 25 years after he was Fast Eddie Felson from the original Hustler, and then he was sort of reinvigorated by the Tom Cruise character and taking him out on the road, and he was his stake horse, and there was something going on there that it dealt with what it meant to get older, and and yet it still had a very fun plot. With Beetlejuice, they kind of did the same things. They were dealing with what it meant to get older, but like you said, it was too earnest. It was missing. I mean, Beetlejuice should not be earnest. You know, and it deals with the afterlife and all that, and we're all going to make it there. But like you said, losing the quirk to me is a great way to put it, because it wasn't zany enough. It wasn't as madcap as it should have been, and it didn't. The same way I wanted to get out of it, the same thing I got out of Beetlejuice in '88, which is this movie kind of went totally against the grain. It was not what we were used to seeing. It was really off the wall. And it took me places I couldn't believe. You know, you never knew from one minute to the next what was going to happen in Beetlejuice. And in this movie, you could predict it as it was moving along. You knew where it was going.
Yeah, I mean, and again, to be fair, there were a couple surprises. And I'm not saying that they were done always that well. I mean, there was a thing, and again, I'll do my best, guys, because I know it's opening weekend and everything, and everyone has seen it.
Yeah.
Jenna Ortega gets into a relationship with someone and everything. In there, which was, again, one of the more interesting storylines. With, unfortunately, this movie to me has too many storylines, and they don't give it enough. Monica Bellucci's character is a perfect example of throwing away a character that could and a conflict that would have been really rife with a lot of comedic potential, and it was just sort of there and thrown away, and she really has nothing to do. Jenna Ortega's thing, again, was one of the more interesting things, but again, at the end, the resolution of it was so just sort of like dashed out there and everything, and unfortunately, very soon after that storyline starts going, I predicted where it was going to go.
Yeah.
At least some part of it. But again, I mean, and I'm not saying, look, I'm not saying you have to do a playbook of hits, because that's also annoying, a playbook of hits of the first movie. But they do enough of those. I mean, they even do the song Possession thing again. But I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? What is this song? It's MacArthur Park, I know. But
yeah.
It's like, it's so tonally wrong. Well, it's I think for me, that's
it's not quirky. It's not quirky enough.
It's summation of it. It's earnest, it's dour, it's MacArthur Park. It's not Harry Belafonte. It's not fun. You're not laughing. It's like even the Underworld. Like, where's the fun? Now again, a couple cameos in there that were fun, but again, it's just sort of like because of this episodic nature of it. And look, I think the main writers are Millar and Alfred Millar, the guys who do Wednesday. Yeah. I liked Wednesday a lot, but again, you had a whole season to do those storylines and everything. But again, the sort of episodic nature of it doesn't drive the movie. It just sort of meanders here and there and everywhere else, and that just kind of bummed me out. And it was funny. A friend of ours, I don't want to throw him under the bus and everything, he saw an early preview of it and he loved it and he was all excited and stuff. And his criteria, he was like, well, I saw it and there were a bunch of things that I would buy toys of from this movie. And I'm like, maybe your critical eye needs to be refined a little more, but hey, if it works for you, that's great. And Rob, guys, right now, I'm telling you, spoiler. I want to talk to Rob about this. Spoiler. Not a huge one.
Uh-oh.
Why the fuck are they using the music from Carrie? What was the point of that? What did it actually lead up to?
I don't know.
That's the other thing that was so disappointing. Danny Elfman's score is also kind of dirgy and not fun. That's the thing. I wanted fun. I had, again, and I know I walked into the original so blind. I was a kid. I hadn't seen anything like it. You hadn't seen anything, the design of it and everything else. And I loved it. And I wanted to love this so much. I was very excited for it.
Yeah,
and
me too.
I'll tell you. I mean, but here's the question, and it's a question for everyone in the room who's maybe seen it or not seen it, whatever. Big opening weekend, so it's successful. does that mean it's good?
Well, I mean, okay.
Or have people like drank the Burton Kool-Aid and just, ooh, it's Burton doing Beetlejuice again. Oh, yay, ooh, ooh, ooh.
Well, I think okay. This is what I find. Movies are a product more so than ever. You know, it used to be our culture looked upon, like if you think about, like I'm always talking about on Robservations, movies from the 60s, like Antonioni or Godard, you know, the foreign films from Italy and France that were considered art films, Truffaut.
Yeah, that boring shit that no one wants to watch.
Well, but it wasn't that way when it was coming out. You know, people in the big cities were going to these movies, and you had filmmakers that were important. The voices of the filmmakers were important, and I feel like in Beetlejuice, the first one, it was Tim Burton's showcase. It was Tim Burton showing the world what Tim Burton was all about. In this case, it's more Beetlejuice, the franchise, overshadows any of the Tim Burton of it all. People just assume that because Tim Burton's not where he was. He's not on the upslope of a career. He's on the downslope of his career. And he's had hits, he's had misses, more misses than hits lately. And he's done a lot of stuff that didn't work. And I feel like now the IP itself, Beetlejuice, is what's important. And if it makes money, it doesn't matter if it's good or not. It succeeded in doing what they set out to do, which was mine an IP, put it out into the world again, and it makes money. And that's all that matters. But I would say our culture and our world, what has happened is movies themselves, the importance of cinema, has been diminished in terms of what it means to our culture. Now it's just like you're going to see a fun amusement park ride. It's like bands that are still touring, you know, they're in their 70s and 80s. Sure, you love them and they're great musicians and all that, but
they're singing with backing vocals now. That's what this movie is. It's an old band that's singing with backtracks.
Yeah, well, I mean,
you know, and it does do me some good. I've seen enough reaction from people that I know and everything who also have felt like, really, 36 years for that. So, but again, is that us? Is that the hardcore lovers who holds cinema as our church, as our religion? And is it, you know, so is it us or is it them? I think the thing is, look, the bottom line is, will this movie it will not be beloved and remembered the way the original will always last. The original will always last because it is this thing. And that's the thing. I think Tim Burton is successful enough still. Though I have to say, I think probably the last original, and I'm not talking about story, but the last time he felt like kind of inspired was Big Eyes.
Yeah, I agree.
Which was not a success, but it was a very good movie. It was a very interesting movie. I like when he just like Ed Wood was not a success, but it's probably his best film. And you can feel his absolute passion and love in every frame of that movie and every performance in that movie. Everything about it you can feel. If you haven't seen Ed Wood, please do yourself.
Oh yeah, I mean Ed Wood, but I think what I'm missing from cinema. Look, there's a lot. I think about these legacy sequels, like 2010. You know, making a sequel to 2001 is a fool's errand. But I like the novel, and Peter Hyams. You know, he kind of really dumbed it down and leaned into the international crisis of it all, which I understand. But I liked it. It didn't try and ape 2001. It was a decent space adventure, and I enjoyed it. I felt
he was smart enough to know that you cannot ape 2001.
No, you can't. But he did. He adapted a novel, and I'll tell you, there's legacy sequels. Like I brought it up to you. I love the sequel to Trainspotting, T2, Trainspotting 2,
which is one I have to admit I've never seen. Because it's like I like the original movie, but I was never like movies about hardcore drug culture and stuff like that. I know it's about more than that.
No, I know, but
they just aren't my thing to watch. You know, they just aren't like. Not that I always have to have everything fun and light, but I was just like, there's other Danny Boyle movies that like Slumdog Millionaire, which is a dark movie in its own right and everything, but I like that so much more.
Yeah, no, but I mean, I've always liked trains. But what I mean is that I thought T2 as a legacy sequel, revisiting these characters 20 years later, there was a really interesting story to be told. And it was different enough from the first movie. It was interesting to go back. I mean, as we all get older, and you all have to deal with the fact that, you know, the difference between who you were in your 20s and early 30s and who you wind up being in maybe your 50s or 60s, that's a pretty wide gulf of material, and I think it's ripe to be mined in terms of storytelling. But what bums me out is, and look, again, as a product, it's making a lot of money. You know, I don't know how much, I don't know what the budget was, but, you know, it's probably $100 million plus movie, which is wild to think that a movie like Beetlejuice would end up, I mean, movies now, it's like they can't make any movie for underneath, I mean, Alien Romulus was $80 million, but where's
I'm sure it was, but I'm sure in their minds, it was probably, I'm sure in their minds, and again, who knows? I don't know. I'm not the business people. Their minds, it was probably like, this, you know, considering this, you know, bringing everyone back and the paychecks we have to do and everything else, it's like, this is probably, you know, because the nice thing about it is a lot of it is practical.
Sure.
You know, so that was nice about it. So maybe it was, maybe, I mean, maybe it wasn't a juggernaut of a budget, but it had money everywhere on the screen. It's just sort of like.
Well, I mean, my question is like, Beetlejuice was a surprise, and it meant something to our pop culture. And I wonder, would the world be a better place if today's generation was able to go to their version of Beetlejuice? Like, unfortunately,
they're not getting their version.
I know. Well, that's the thing. They're not. They're. Where are the transformative films for the new generation? We're getting multiple Ghostbusters legacy sequels,
which me. Sorry to interrupt, but
no.
To me, Ghostbusters Afterlife suffers the same exact problem this movie does. I think story-wise, it's a little more focused and probably a little better. But again, it forgot that it was a comedy.
Right. It was, yeah.
Ghostbusters was a comedy, and it was so earnest.
Yeah.
Some of that was great. The end part, that was really nice. What a really wonderful tribute to Harold Ramis. Absolutely fantastic.
Sure.
Really nice. But it's like, come on, guys. Did you see the first one? It's weird what they focus on, which is not what people actually. They're like, oh, well, they remember Slimer and the Terror Dogs or the Marshmallow Man. It's like, no, they remember Bill Murray, the banter, the wit, and of these characters together.
It's true. This man has no dick.
Right.
You know, I mean, it's true, and I think that. But as the people get older and the people that are working on these projects, they're trying to infuse them with more pathos. I mean, the problem that I have.
Maybe that's the problem too. I'm sorry. I just so I don't forget it, guys. I think the problem is this. The problem is that these people who are older as well are making it for the fans who are also older, and not for the younger audience who wants to be surprised and taken away like we were when we saw the originals.
Well, and that's the thing. What I fear the most is that today Hollywood doesn't know how to do that anymore. Like the powers that be at the studios do not know how to create. I mean, can you imagine a studio executive trying to greenlight the equivalent of a Beetlejuice today? It
would never happen.
No, it would never happen, and I think that's problematic. You know, the business now, movies are all $100 million. The studios are chasing these $1 billion worldwide grosses, and to me, that has made cinema as a whole less vibrant in terms of an art form, because the major studios are now looking at a global marketplace. They're spending so much money, they have to be risk averse, so there is no room for them to experiment. You know, and we're getting a lot of interesting lower budget movies, but the problem the lower budget movies have is that they don't have the marketing budget behind them, so people don't know they're out there.
I mean, it's a perfect example. I know what's on your lips. I saw it last week. I saw it Thursday, and it was the best movie I've seen all year. Strange Darling. because it was a complete total surprise.
Yep.
And it was great on every level, from the direction to the writing to the acting, everything. It was a complete total surprise. It's not going to be for everyone, but it should. That is the type of movie that should be doing so much better than.
Well,
but again, they can't get it into enough theaters. They can't put the marketing behind it. And again, it's an R-rated movie. It's not going to be for everyone. I get it, but it's by far. And the thing is, on the low budget end, which I'm actually really glad about. I've seen Oddity in the theater. I saw Cuckoo in the theater. I saw Strange Darling in the theater. These smaller films are getting a shot now. In a violent nature, these things, which even if they, their budgets are low, so even if they make $4 million in the theater, well, that's considered a win. And it's great that and maybe, hopefully, it's more countrywide and hopefully worldwide, within time with their release schedule. It's great to be getting that stuff, but I to your point, I don't think of Tim. You want to hope, and I'm sure there's the exception to the rule, but would a Tim Burton today get the opportunity? Would a Pee-wee's Big Adventure ever be made today?
No.
There's not even the equivalent of a Pee-wee right now, of a character to do that with.
No, I think that we now live in a world where all of that stuff really exists on TikTok and on YouTube. There's all our world has gone up and gotten so crazy in terms of social media and all that I don't think you could have a character like Pee-wee. As a matter of fact, I don't even think, look, I look at A Strange Darling, and to me that should have been like the cause celeb movie that everybody should go to see. You're not going to believe the secrets in this movie. You're not going to believe the twists and turns. And I think why wouldn't they play that up, and why wouldn't they say this is a movie that you're never going to see coming? Again, and it's only made
because the thing is it's one of those things where it's like while it's got actors that are known, it's like, oh well, they're not that well known. You can't market it. I mean, again, it's the continuing evolution of movies and movie distribution, and certainly on the company studio kind of level of it, where it's like they're risk averse, whereas but again, look, I understand why, because the studios are the problem. That I think the challenge, the issue for the studios is they're spending too much damn money on each movie. Each movie has to make so much money now that they're risk averse.
Well, yeah, of course.
So you wouldn't get a Beetlejuice. Shit, you wouldn't get a studio releasing Friday the 13th as a pickup deal now.
No. I mean, you might.
Again, so does that? I mean, maybe. But again, so does that talk about? So are they making these? So is the problem that they're making these sort of legacy sequels? And it's not a problem because, again, we'll get into some really great ones that are out there. But the problem is that they're making them for us who were there already, because we're going to go already. And
yeah, I honestly...
not making it for a younger generation who maybe doesn't know Beetlejuice.
To be fair, Dave, I don't know who they're making this for. I mean, obviously they want general audiences to go. They want people, the Gen X audience like us, to take our kids and go and maybe take your younger kids, parents. I mean, but again, now it seems like the desire is just to make money. And if you make money, it's a win. And I look at these things like watching Alien Romulus as another legacy sequel.
But
to,
it's not really. It very loosely is because of the Rook character.
Yeah, but I mean, it's an ongoing franchise. But I would say they want to.
But it's not. It doesn't really have a character from the original. It doesn't have Ripley in it.
No, but
to that to technically make it what I would.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I would say that they wanted to slot in between 1979 and 1986. So, they're trying to, so it's the time frame and it's the premise. But what I found interesting about Alien Romulus is, like, we've talked about it. I did a show on it, like this idea of a greatest hits compilation. It's like, oh, here's this thing that, we've been making alien movies since 1979, and we want this stuff. You remember this, and what these movies really are lacking, I feel, and I feel this about Beetlejuice too, is it really didn't have anything to say. Like, there was nothing unique in the film. I mean, I don't know what you could say that the first movie had to say. I mean, what the first movie did was it made me see the world in a kind of a different way. I'd never seen a movie like that before. The turns that it took when Deo played, the Banana Boat song comes on, that was out of fucking left field, but it was delightful. You were seeing things in that movie, the way they were presented, like, oh my God, I've never seen anything like this before. And that was part of its appeal. Even at the end when Beetlejuice, in the waiting room and sprinkles and the head shrink. I mean, everything about that movie from beginning to end took you places you'd never gone before in any movie ever. And that's why those movies are indelible, and that's why they continue to endure. And nowadays, by doing these legacy sequels, the movies, they make them, but they have nothing new to say, and they don't take you anywhere you haven't already been.
There's nowhere to go, which again, as always, is a testament to how good someone like James Cameron was with Aliens. Well, he did give us new places to go.
Well, that's the thing, and that's another thing about in both T2 and Aliens, which he is responsible for two of the greatest sequels ever made. He did variations on a theme that turned upside down what we knew. I mean, I remember watching. I mean, we all knew from the trailers, but even to this day, when Arnold is introduced in T2, you don't expect it. When he saves John Connor from the T-1000, the way they play that up, you're like, oh my God, because he's playing off what you knew and then shows you something different. And
exactly, and that was the exciting thing. And I still think to this day that like studio executives, anyone who gets the opportunity to make one of these projects, one of these legacy type things, look, or any sequel, should be looking towards those two movies.
Yeah, I
look what he did. I mean,
totally agree.
It's not easy, but I think after Aliens, as much as like there's really great stuff in Alien movies after Aliens, there's great stuff in Alien 3, and there's really good stuff in Resurrection stuff, but they have nothing really new to say.
No, and it's wild to watch a movie that has nothing to say. Like, I never felt. It's only recently watching these movies, I go to them, religiously. You see all of these things, especially if someone's going to make an Alien movie, I'm never going to not go. Right. You want to go, and what Steve Asbell and the people over 20th Century Studios are doing, whether it's Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, whether it's The First Omen, whether it's at least those movies. I mean, as much as I didn't like Romulus very much, I did respect that they didn't phone it in. Freddie Alvarez was trying to make the best movie he could, and unfortunately, there just wasn't enough. To me, the Alien franchise, all of the movies were varying degrees of successful, but they all had something kind of new or different that they were doing, at least a central idea, whereas I didn't think Alien Romulus really did. But if you're going to come back and you're going to show us Beetlejuice again, the question that I would ask is, in a world where Beetlejuice has existed for 36 years, our world, what does the first thing a filmmaker's got to ask themselves is, by bringing this character back now, 36 years later, what does Beetlejuice have to say to the audience of today? An audience that has grown up with Beetlejuice for the better part of 4 decades. And that's the reason, and I think if you figure that one out, the movie's going to make even more money. I mean, now people slavishly go because it's Beetlejuice and it opens and it's Tim Burton and people love Beetlejuice and they'll go. It's almost like we're lemmings. We have to go, but and it's so there's no impetus to try and make it something great because you don't have to. And then the real question is, from a studio's perspective, I don't know where it's going to top out, where they expect it to go, but $100 million weekend for a sequel to Beetlejuice, that's a fucking epic win. Yep. It doesn't matter in what universe you're from. That's gotta hurt. No, it's a win. So as far as Warner Brothers is concerned, they did their jobs. Mm-hmm. And so the studio comes away and everybody responsible for Beetlejuice is like, well, we won that one. So is the studio wrong? I don't think so. But because they made money on their product, and that's all they're looking to do. But then what does it say about us? What does it say about cinema in general? And we just are moving further and further away from a world where cinematic visions of any kind are ever going to be surprising. And then what's a studio going to do? Are we going to get Beetlejuice in another 36 years? I mean, we won't, because Michael Keaton won't be with us. But, I mean, is that what they're going to do? And if that's what they're going to do, that's kind of a depressing state of affairs, that when you have a movie like Strange Darling in the theater that's only done $2.5 million at the box office, that's a movie that deserved to do $25, $30, $40, $50 million. That deserved to be the kind of hit that people in 20 years will look back and go, man, remember when we saw Strange Darling the first time? That was awesome.
It should be getting a lot more attention. And it was interesting what you said about, it's like, oh, well, what's Beetlejuice? We've had for 36 years, what's he been doing and stuff like that. And it makes me question. It's like, well, did they answer that for us? Is that what they thought? To me, okay, so is a reflection of me. Okay, so I haven't grown up and I still want the comedy and I want the quirk and the zany and the stuff that.
But that's what Beetlejuice is, the quirk and the zany.
But that's what I feel. But again, I don't know. I mean, the thing is, it must be. I don't know. What the audience, total audience reaction is. But it's got to be. I mean, I guess you could make $100 million of people just going and then kind of feeling let down. But again, I would be really interested in. And again, I don't know how many kids go to the movies anymore. But what younger people think of this movie, and if they've seen the original, because ultimately, from my understanding, a lot of the times they haven't seen the original, they don't care. Like, it's just a movie.
Yeah, I mean, there's some interesting tips. Miss 50 and Still Metal. I always appreciate that Miss 50 and Still Metal is always visiting these shows. Says, I think most filmgoers will eventually get burned out on sequels, reboots, requels, prequels, etc. The writing will have to win over the audience, as it should to begin with. Stay metal, everybody. It's a great topic. Well, that's Dave's topic. I thought it was a good topic. And is it Gotts Raymond says, today's generation is being chained to nostalgia by mainstream cinema. It gives a weird feeling of dead end for any franchise these days, and yet we all know, where there's no risk, there's no fun. Every year, indies prove that. And I think that's true. I mean, I used to joke that they're going to start taking 2-hour movies that we grew up loving and turn them into 10-episode TV series. And that's exactly what happens. The Rainmaker is being turned into a TV series based on the book. Presumed Innocent, based on the book. They just finished that show's run. Of course, the great Harrison Ford movie with Raul Julia and Bonnie Bedelia and Greta Scacchi. I mean, it's such a weird. We are living through such a weird time where we were so used to. And I was saying this in the 80s. I said this last night. Everything was new. You'd go to the theater and see things you'd never seen before over and over, especially for genre cinema, horror and. I mean, I remember I thought I'd seen it all, and then Reanimator comes out, and then The Hitcher comes out, and then Hellraiser comes out. You're like, wow. The horror films of the day. It's not just slashers anymore, and things were Evil Dead 2, Army of Darkness, whatever. I mean, it was a great time, and things cost a lot less, and the domestic market was the market that was being serviced. And I just wonder, what is the rest of the world going to think about Beetlejuice?
I'm just curious. Again, I think the thing that always makes me curious, and someone in the chat just pointed out, it's like, we're old, and it's a hard pill to, 36 years changes a person. And I get that. I'm not saying that I need the characters to be exactly the same from the last frame of the original film.
No.
But the spirit of what made that movie work, I would like that to carry through more. Because inside, that still would work for me, just like the original still does work for me.
Right. Right.
And to argue that in a way, it's like another example of a movie that was very successful. People loved. I don't mind the movie. I like the movie, which is the 2018 Halloween. It's like, but when they sort of retconned it and took out Halloween 2, it's like, for 40 years you've been held up, Laurie Strode, you're held up, and you're that traumatized by one night 40 years ago, and you haven't moved on, and you've literally chosen to wait here. You've chosen. Now, again, I'm not a psychiatrist. I don't know everything about trauma. Maybe that's very plausible. It seems like go find a happy life. It would be more interesting. To me, it would have been more interesting if she wasn't this completely damaged and destroyed person from this one night, that she had found happiness stuff and then got dragged back into this.
Yeah, I mean, look, I can't stand. I hated Halloween 2018. You know, I've seen the original Halloween. Halloween, you go back and you watch it now, it's almost quaint. It's so simplistic in terms of how it unfolds. There's barely a drop of blood in the movie, but I love it. You know, I love Halloween. But The Exorcist with Ellen Burstyn, it's these Blumhouse legacy sequels. I'm like, I like their original stuff, but I don't understand what they hoped to achieve when they made The Exorcist. But the same thing, bringing Ellen Burstyn back, it was this one experience that somebody happened 40 years ago. But, let's bring her back in the fray and figure out how we're going to work her into the story. And look,
the problem. The problem is they didn't really utilize that character well.
No, but
they didn't. And the thing is, I'll give her the shit that went down with her daughter and everything there. That would traumatize me 40 years fucking later.
Yeah, no. Well, look, I'll tell you something that came out this week, and I was talking about it, and somebody took me to task. I was talking about this last night. Room 7A, or Apartment 7A, the Rosemary's Baby prequel.
I saw the trailer. I still have no idea what it's about.
I mean, but here's the thing. By telling that story, you render the original Rosemary's Baby moot. Like, if you already know that the Castevets are who they are, all of the entire original film is then like, okay, you're going to go back and watch Rosemary's Baby, and the paranoia, like, are they crazy? Aren't they crazy? Like, what's going on? It's like, why bother? Like, who decides?
I'll give that one. I'll give that one because we know. The thing is, you know, through Rosemary's Baby and stuff like that, it's like, well, we know that there are these weird people who live in the Branford. So they're at least look.
Yeah, but you didn't know, the audiences didn't know where that movie was going when they first saw it.
No, of course not. But
and now you will.
But well, not everyone has seen Rosemary's Baby, so now. So, but what my point is, like, but there, I can see at least a little reason to want to try to tell a story before the Woodhouses show up.
Yeah, but then when
I'm not saying it's necessary.
No, but
in a world where the studios are looking for things to exploit and market,
I know. I'm just like,
that's the only reason it's happening.
I just would love to have been in that meeting. Like, who decided to greenlight this movie? Let's go make a prequel to a movie that came out in 1968. Okay.
But again, what we remember it, we know it.
Well, yeah, of course.
That's the thing. You know, it's so weird on reflection. It's like, you know, well, back then it seemed like they were making everything for us as kids. It was for us, but it's like,
yeah, but everything was new.
But there was, but again, that's not true. I get it. But the other thing is, there was a lot more diversity in film back in the 70s and 80s than there are now.
Oh yeah, and but that's because the studios' movies cost a fraction. You know, if they were
more comedies, there were more adventures, there were more dramas, all getting, you know, throwing a slasher movie in there or a horror movie and stuff like that was just like, programming is like, these are cheap, throw them out there, they'll make a lot of
Well,
money.
all movies were cheap comparative to what they compare.
Well,
I mean,
comparatively, but you know what I mean.
Hunt for Red October was a $30 million movie. Today it would be a $300 million movie. They would make it, or it'd be a TV series that was 10 parts long. And that's another thing. I mean, I just, I find myself, and it isn't a function of me getting old because we've remained movie fans our whole lives. It used to be that we would get all of these different kinds of movies coming out from studios, whether they were rom-coms, whether they were dramas, whether they were thrillers, whether they were literary adaptations, whether they were comedies. I mean, they were making all different kinds of movies because they weren't chasing a global market. They were chasing the domestic market, and a movie cost $15 or $20 million, and if it made 150, if you made a Fatal Attraction, that was a huge hit. Not a movie that didn't cost a lot of money. It had two great stars in Glenn Close and Michael Douglas, and you have a great a paranoid. You have a one night stand, and the person you had a one night stand with is a maniac. And goes nuts.
But at that time, when that movie came out and became a phenomenon and everything else, I mean, that movie, Basic Instinct, Hand That Rocks the Cradle, all these things were before there was the Lifetime Movie Network or Tubi. Now all that shit is being made by them. So you can't even get those types of movies anymore. You can't get the adult thriller that you used to get, that mystery thriller. I just picked up Dead Again on Blu-ray. I found it.
The Kenneth Branagh movie.
Yeah. It's another fun mystery thriller.
Yeah.
That you would never get in the theaters nowadays. It's amazing that Kenneth Branagh got to make 3 Hercule Poirot movies for the theater.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. By the way, Peter sends in a $20 tip and says, "Who's the guy you're streaming with, Dave?" I don't know if that's supposed to be a joke or they really don't know who I am.
I'm so confused.
But Peter asks that. I'm Rob.
That's Rob. That's Rob. It's his show.
Yeah,
show, Rob.
David, it's your show, Bear. Boy, Michael Wincott.
Yeah, Robert Burnett.
Hello.
Director.
How you doing? Dave and I made The Hills Run Red together.
Producer. Actor.
That's right. My turn in Superman Returns.
A Renaissance man.
That's me. That's true. Audio drama person now. I'm making an audio drama.
Well, you've always been in an audio drama.
It's true.
Let people see it.
Well, yes. Steve.
Wait, someone says, David, fix your sound. What's wrong with my sound, guys?
Yeah, you sound good.
I thought I did, but yeah, give us a clue, guys. Someone said Mod DJ 8000, fix your sound. See, guys, I pay attention. I look.
You sound good to me.
Yes. Take another question. I'm refill.
Okay. I'll take another question. It's not a question, it's statements, but okay. Here's one. Steve Cantino says, "Greetings. Sorry you didn't like Alien Romulus. I wish it had been better too. Though I am an old perv, so I liked Kaylee Spaney." That's good. Here's to you directing. I want a I Know What You Did Last Summer reboot. Cheers. I think they're doing that. You're going to get that, Steve. They are doing a remake of I Know What You Did Last Summer. Are they? Is that true?
I'm coming back.
Well,
yeah. Dave's just lower. Well, hopefully not now. I just try to shut my mouth more, DJ.
Yeah, and I got to stay away from the mic. That is, yeah.
Well, okay, so we talked about. Is there another one? Sorry, is there another one to another statement?
Yes, there are. So Brian Johnson says, "Hey Rob, I loved your sunset today. Where can we email you? Email me at rmburnett1701@gmail.com. We'll get the website back at some point." The Dead Man says, "Happy birthday, Rob. Happy birthday, Chris Gore." I didn't know,
You know
Chris
whose birthday it is today as well?
I do not.
Happy 84th birthday to Dario Argento.
Wow. Good for Dario. Nice.
Yeah.
Major Chai Chai says, "My teen son," who was on the show last time we were on the show, "my teen son saw both Beetlejuice movies. He prefers the first, but then we're not the average household." And Tom Jr. Jackson saw Beetlejuice 2 twice, Friday afternoon and Saturday afternoon.
Jesus. You liked it that much, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. And I can understand people liking it.
Look, I'm glad that people are. That's great.
It's comfort
For
food,
them.
right?
Sure. And there's something to be said about comfort food.
Yeah.
I mean, but we've talked enough about these. Let's, okay. So here's the thing. You brought it up. One of the best legacy sequels for me in recent memory is Top Gun Maverick. Because you know why? It still contains the spirit. The things that all worked and worked well while still taking the character into a natural evolution.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Now, again, that's supposedly, a much more grounded movie than a Beetlejuice movie and everything else. But the thing is, you could tell with the story and the plot and everything that, they took, they took it very seriously as far as like respecting what came, but not just giving us a greatest hits. And when they chose to give us greatest hits, they did it very well.
Yeah, I mean, that movie, and it also had, if nothing else, it added the aerial photography in it was some of the most amazing aerial photography ever done. Like, it showed us something cinematically that we'd never seen before. And
then so it does all this stuff new in tech wise with the way they film and the reality of being in the cockpit with them, and then it gives us the F-14 again in a perfect way to give us the F-14, and you go, that's some brilliant. Whoever figured that out is like, well, fuck, they're behind enemy lines and everything else. They need to get out of there. They don't have a plane. And what? I know. There's an F-14. It's like,
well, and yeah,
all the old people cheer, and it's still a really cool looking plane.
Right, and the climax, I mean, ripping off Star Wars, but then they got trapped, like you said, behind enemy lines. So and then you had Penny Benjamin. They bring Penny Benjamin back, and I mean, you only heard about her in the first movie. Like, they really knew what they were doing, and obviously, $1.5 billion later, and I'm sure everybody's thinking to themselves, why? Let's hope we do Top Gun Maverick business. But it depends. Like, if you look at Top Gun was such a huge hit. It makes sense that you go back, you bring back Tom Cruise, who's still one of the biggest movie stars in the world, something they were trying to get made for a long time. So, Top Gun Maverick is a legacy sequel. Every single person had a great time watching that movie, and I did feel I got something new from it. I got what I wanted from Top Gun, but then I also got something new that I felt resonated with me. Dude, I like teared up when fucking Iceman. They brought back Val Kilmer, and they used him in such an interesting, unique way, and then tugged our heartstrings to the point of like, oh my God, I'm crying for this man. It
was really smart. That movie, that script, that movie was really smart. And the thing, I don't want a Top Gun 3. I don't want another one. He flew off into the sunset.
Yeah, literally. Yeah,
Leave it alone. And the problem is, but there's so much money to be made. Just make something different. Yeah, it's like, it's so hard to capture lightning in a bottle like that.
Especially twice.
A second time? I mean, come on.
I'm right there with you.
And again, as good as the Mission Impossible movies are, they're, which are really good. But again, this is like, it's tough. It's tough to, do that. And perfect example. So people keep bringing up Cobra Kai. Now, I'll give it first 4 seasons, and season 4 is stretching it. but it's jumping. It's
Oh,
gone so far off the rails now that
Yeah.
it's goofy. Where it started out, I'm not saying it's not entertaining, that I don't like
But
it.
I would
It
say-
in the new season, but it was fucking awesome those first couple seasons.
Well, especially because they chose. It was not Daniel's story. You know, I mean, it kind of taking the villain and making him the main character. That was a genius. And also, I'll tell you something about that. Not a lot of money. You know, it started out as a YouTube show. You know, YouTube Red.
YouTube Red show.
And William Zabka is William Zabka, right? And by showing him, when I watched the first episode of that, I was like, this was genius, and it was made by people who love the original.
Yeah.
It was made by complete freak Karate Kid fans, and it was a genius. That idea was, again, like all these legacy sequels, picking up characters. Look, the things I love, even, I'm sorry, I'm going to bring it up, Star Trek. You know, Star Trek the motion picture, you bring characters back that we haven't seen, and they're in places that they don't necessarily want to be. And you know, we're waiting immediately.
The audience didn't want to be there either for that one.
Yeah, they did. It made a lot of money. It made a lot of money. But
Just
I mean,
because it makes money doesn't mean it's good.
no, it is good though. But the thing is that idea, when you go, whether it's Trainspotting 2, whether it's Color of Money, whether it's Cobra Kai, those all had Top Gun Maverick. Those all had legitimate stories about characters. I mean, even you put on the thumbnail, Creed. You know,
Yeah,
I was really
Creed,
I was
just going to bring that up. Yeah.
I was really surprised by Creed because, you know, you had what Ryan Coogler had an idea for a Rocky legacy sequel, that Rocky was a supporting character. He gave us Adonis Creed, which is a character we didn't know. So you're meeting somebody new, yet it was still a legacy character. And I thought it worked really, really well. And I really enjoyed it because it had something legitimate to say.
Another one that I really enjoyed too, but, you know, watching it again, I threw it on last weekend as I was just cleaning because I'd seen it enough times and everything, but I get sucked into it, is Dr. Sleep. But the problem with Dr. Sleep is if you haven't seen The Shining, it's not gonna hold the same resonance.
But again,
but I think it's a what a balancing act that Mike Flanagan did, who I think is one of is he underappreciated? I think he's a very good storyteller.
he is a great. I mean, I'm a huge Flanagan fan. He's making a new. I can't wait to see the new Stephen King movie he made, with
Tom Hiddleston.
the story of Chuck. I think it's called.
Yes.
Sorry. And from If It Bleeds, you know, the anthology If It Bleeds. Yep. I really like that story. I can't believe that he made it into a movie. But yeah, Dr. Sleep, again, based on a book. You know, Stephen King did write the source material the same way that Walter Tevis wrote Color Money, but he wrote it a long time after The Shining, and I think it is definitely a great legacy sequel. I mean, that has a reason.
But what Flanagan did was even ballsier, because it's like, Stephen King wrote Dr. Sleep, but he didn't write it with the Kubrick Shining in it. And Flanagan was like, no, I want to do I want to blend the two.
Yeah.
And
It
was great that King was on board to let him do that.
Yeah. Well, totally. And
it's a really underappreciated movie, but again, I think to really, really appreciate, and I do recommend watching the longer version of Dr. Sleep.
Me too,
if you're
100%.
Watch the version, but you really definitely need to know The Shining to get all the to really appreciate a lot of the subtleties that Flanagan did in that movie. Never mind the very overt, references in it. Because there's a lot. There's a lot in there that are just like tiny little gimmies. The more you know.
100%. No, 100%. And again, there's a movie that I felt I got something out of it. If nothing else, Rebecca Ferguson as Rose the Hat.
I mean, to me, like, one of the great characters, and I have a feeling that that king who's in love with this character Holly that he does from the Mr. Mercedes series of books.
Oh yeah.
Who got her own novel recently.
Yeah, Holly.
I have a feeling that someday we're going to see Holly and Abra team up.
I think you might be right about that.
Yeah.
By the way, Julian Mushkin says, with these sequels falling flat, I get the feeling that the creators aren't analyzing the originals to see how and why the best gags worked in the first place.
Maybe it's because that they've got the creators. I don't know. Again, maybe it's Tim Burton and the writers and everything else that have lost the whimsy. It's not the movies.
No,
it's like their sensibilities have just changed, and it's like, well, maybe that doesn't make you the right candidate. It would be like,
look, I agree because
like Ridley Scott would Ridley Scott been a better candidate to go back to Blade Runner than Denis Villeneuve, or someone who really was so impressionable when he saw the original and everything, making it.
No, I think that's a really good question, and I think the answer is no. I think you have to have somebody new come on and do. Martin Scorsese obviously loves cinema history. He loves The Hustler. He went on and made The Color of Money is a legitimately great movie that works whether you've seen The Hustler or not.
And it is in a way it's the way though. Like Fast Eddie in The Color of Money is obviously is many years apart from where he was, which is the whole point of that movie.
Yes, and it works. I mean, it works really well. But I think that a new filmmaker always is going to bring, like Flanagan. He's jazzed. He's as far as his horror credentials go. Whether he's doing Fall of the House of Usher, which I had a great time with, I thought that series was just a fucking hoot, and Midnight Mass, Doctor Sleep, Flanagan doing the story of Chuck. I can't wait to see that.
Hush is great.
Hush is great.
Absentia, his sort of first movie.
Yep.
is really interesting too. He's always been doing really interesting things. I mean, Flanagan is the real deal.
But I do think, to answer your question, I do think when filmmakers look, we saw Ridley Scott go back to the Alien franchise and Covenant. Ridley's an interesting case because Ridley, he doesn't even finish his movies. He lets Pietro Scalia, his editor, if he's off to the next. He's shooting him, and then I think he's trying to fight the passage of time. He's trying to.
He's fighting it. He's fighting death. And speaking of perfect example, talk about a legacy sequel coming up.
A true legacy sequel.
Yeah,
23 years after the fact.
Yeah, I hope it's great. Do we need? Look, I know the argument always is, well, did we need another Beetlejuice? No, we want them. Do we really need another Gladiator movie? Gladiator 2? I don't know. But again, it's the audaciousness, the metalness of doing Gladiator 2 23 years later.
Dude, Gladiator 2 looks fucking. Gladiator 2 looks metal as fuck. It looks metal as fuck. I've seen Gladiator 50 times.
That's it.
You knew Marcus Aurelius. I didn't say I knew him.
No. I said he touched me.
He touched from the shoulder. I'm
living my best Oliver Reed life right now.
That's right. I mean, I love that movie. I've seen the Battle of Germania. I used to party at my house and show everybody that on my sound system.
Until I said, throw on Streets of Fire instead.
Yeah, I mean, it's yeah. That's
and everyone would just like go into the kitchen or out to the back.
People did not. They're like, do you really have to turn it up that loud? I'm like, yes.
Rob's doing Gladiator again. Right.
Those are the days. Such a different time. But I mean, look, do I want to see Gladiator 2? Yes. You know, are they going to make any money with a movie that costs $300 million? Probably not. I mean, that movie has to make over $1 billion, but
You never know.
you never know. I mean, if it's good,
Right.
hey, it's
Yeah, but the thing is, it's like, okay, so Gladiator 1, remind me, we're not going to get into a huge discussion about Gladiator 1 was, I mean, obviously it was an expensive movie, but it wasn't, at that time, 23 years ago, it wasn't a $200 million movie.
no.
Right? There's
It was-
something about, there was something about, hey, Ridley, you haven't had a hit in a while and stuff like that, which I believe was correct, right?
Yeah.
It's like, I know you're 86 or whatever, but, you know, give you a little less, make you a little scrappier, make you work for it a little more. Maybe you get a better movie out of it.
Well, it's
And,
funny
you know,
because
can you imagine what the lunch, the catering was like on Gladiator 2? It's
I
like
can't do that.
steak or lobster tails today. Oh, I just don't know.
I got to tell you though, with look,
Can
I
you
love.
fly the pastries in from? Can we get them if we ordered them this morning? Can we get them from France for this afternoon?
I can't even.
Oh.
I can't even. And plus, I had to deal with COVID and all that. I think though that like I look at Ridley Scott's career, and the last movie he made that I adore is The Martian.
It's a oh my god,
The-
that movie.
the
Yeah,
mo-
it's so great. You're
and
right.
the longer version, the longer I even like even more because there's more of the NASA characters.
The Dave Watney version.
Yeah, the Watney that I could watch The Martian a million times. I mean, I never ever get tired of that movie ever.
And you know why? The script is so great.
It's so great,
That's
and
why movies when you never. That's the thing with any movie. The reason that you can watch it over and over and over again. I mean, you can watch Network, which is about people dealing with the nightly news. What a boring fucking topic. You can watch that 12 Angry Men. It's 12 men around a fucking table.
it's fun. It's
doing
funny.
that.
I was
and you can watch it because the writing and the acting is so fucking good.
I got to tell you, I was at a bar the other day after we were recording True Noir, and I because I went to get some food, and because I didn't want to drive, I'll be on the road for 4.5 hours if I left when we were done recording. So William Friedkin's version of 12 Angry Men was on TV, and it was it's subtitled, and even that, it was great. And I just sat there.
Actors and stuff, and I'm guessing you had that 4K release that has the Friedkin version as a bonus.
Yeah.
The Kino Lorber.
Yeah.
You're gonna get 12 Angry Men. Get the Kino Lorber 4K edition, which comes with a Blu-ray, and as an extra, the Friedkin version is on there as an extra.
With William Peterson as one of the jurors.
And fucking George C. Scott.
George C. Scott.
Another great cast. Another great cast.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why we watch. And the thing about The Martian is, it really does take you on a great journey, and it's so much fun to watch, and it's just. But and look, I will die on the hill of Ridley Scott's The Counselor. I will die on that hill. And you got to get the director's cut, the long version of that.
Sure.
That nobody I know likes that film, and I just don't get it. I love that movie.
But it's really original. I mean, look, a lot of people don't like Tony Scott's Domino, and I love that movie.
Oh, it's great.
It's
Richard Kelly wrote that movie.
It's so fucking crazy. It's stylistically, it's so crazy, and it's like, the nice thing is, and give it now, and again, well, look. I'm not going to be alive at 86. Never mind directing something like Gladiator 2 at 86. I mean, I hope
You might be.
I hope science can
You,
rebuild.
Dave, you won't have to direct Gladiator 2 in 86. You can just type in prompts, and the next morning they'll spit out whatever you want.
Gladiator 2000.
Yeah, or you can. I mean, can you imagine?
Jesus, I can make Gladiator 2000 right now. I could just do the Charlie Band thing like he did. He made Lolita 2000.
Right.
I could just do Gladiator 2000 and do like this, desert set. Basically, do Metal Storm from the Fall Guy, which is also, guys. If you slept on the Fall Guy, it's on Peacock now in the extended cut, which I highly recommend. That fucking movie was so fun and charming.
Yeah.
And I don't use the word charming much, Rob, because I'm dead inside. The Fall Guy was charming.
It was charming. No, but look,
It was really fun.
In terms of legacy sequels, I am excited for Gladiator 2. I don't understand why they had to use modern music in the trailer. Again, like what brain trust came up with that? You're not fooling anyone. It doesn't take place today. Oh, it just takes place in. They still have gladiatorial combat in Rome.
We're also talking about a world where they did an entire cut of Scarface with hip hop and rap music.
Right.
So yeah. I get where they're going with that. That's.
By the way, Wild Man Beyond brings up another legacy sequel that we just got. Axel F. Beverly Hills Cop. Axel as fuck. Axel F.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Look. It was way better than I expected it to be. I had a good time watching it. There was fun. A lot of people had problems with the music choices being so on the nose, but I was like, yeah, but it's weird. After the first Beverly Hills Cop, I really they're fine. Like 2 was Tony Scott slickness, like bam.
Yeah.
Bridget Nielsen's never looked hotter than she did in that movie.
No, yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I'm like
to me, I'll tell you why. The thing with Axel F is I didn't buy that he's still a cop. It's fucking 40 years later. Come on. And they, all this, Taggart and Rosewood, it's just like, no. It was, like you said, it was fine. But to me, that's like the bottom of the barrel of legacy sequels. And Eddie Murphy looked great. He looked great in it. But I'm watching this.
It's an easy one. I mean, to me, it was like, look, I was really excited when Eddie Murphy did Dolomite. My Name is Dolomite.
Well, that was amazing. Dolomite is my name.
Sorry. I was hoping that was going to usher in kind of a new, exciting era of Eddie Murphy, and it's a fantastic movie, and it didn't. But again, is it fantastic to us because we make movies and we know what it's like working on these low budget things?
No, because no, and we know who Rudy Ray Moore is and all that, but I think it was a legitimately great movie about the underdog taking it upon himself. I mean, all the characters in that movie is wildly entertaining.
Again, written by the guys who wrote Ed Wood, so it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, no, it was. I really thought,
but The People versus Larry Flint, which is another fantastic movie.
But the thing about that is, here you bring back Eddie Murphy. He comes back and shows his comedic chops are still the same, and you would have thought, what does he do after that? Coming to America 2, and then he does Beverly Hills Cop AF. I really like the Jonah Hill, the performance he gave in the Jonah Hill movie. Yeah. What was that movie where he was getting married to his daughter? Jonah Hill was getting married.
I forget what the title was.
It wasn't a great movie, but I liked Eddie Murphy in it. He was hilarious. As the disdainful father looking at the pudgy white guy who's going to marry his daughter. I thought that was good. But I'm like, I think another thing about Beverly Hills Cop as a legacy sequel, the whole idea of going to Beverly Hills and being a fish out of water 40 years later, to me, is silly. In our influential, I know they had to make it, but in our influencer culture and where we're at, going back to Beverly Hills is not exactly a stretch. I would have been more interested to see Axel Foley's character do something different and unique. Like, take that character again. You could have. They just tried to recreate something as opposed to doing something new. So
what would you call them? Amsterdam Hills Cop?
No, but it would. No, I'm not saying that it would have to be that, but it just seemed like. I mean, I know, what are you going to do? It just seemed, in that case.
That's the Bad Boys movies. What are you going to do?
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, But it's like the fact that we're getting so many of these movies that Eddie Murphy can only go back, and are we going to get Boomerang 2? Which, by the way, I wouldn't mind.
Norbit 2.
Norbit 2, Dave, Starship Dave, or whatever.
But Bowfinger?
Yeah.
I'd take a Bowfinger. I mean, a Bowfinger sequel, guys, just so I'm clear. So
how about Harlem Days instead of Harlem Nights? Harlem Days.
No.
Or Harlem Daze. It's just, where does it end though?
Well, no, I want to get into what would be the legacy sequels that you do want. I want to get into that in a little bit, but we still have look.
I have a legacy. I have a legacy sequel that I would
Sequel that-
kill.
Right. So I know it's the Manitou. I got it. I
No.
got you. I got you. But no. But other okay. There's so many that of these movies that don't hit it for us. Don't hit the buttons for us. As far as legacy sort
Girls have been saying that to guys for years.
Yeah, you can't find it. You can't hit the button.
You're not hitting my button.
Not hitting the
Either
button.
inside or outside.
I found my button. I don't know if you have, but
I found it early on, man. All of them.
You have many? Oh, you have multiple buttons.
I have a few.
But I have to, because it's the most metal movie, almost one of the most metal movies ever made. And it's a legacy sequel, which is Mad Max Fury Road.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, that truly is
the thing is, it would have been like, it's the only time that in a weird sick way that I want AI just to see it once, what it would have been like if Mel Gibson had been Max.
Oh, you'll be able to do that. I agree. Look,
but another movie that I can watch at any time.
30 years after the Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome, that's a true legacy sequel, and I love that movie. I love everything about it. I love the score. I love the Doof Warrior. I love everything about it. There's nothing I don't love about Mad Max Fury Road.
Yeah,
I saw it on my birthday at the Chinese theaters.
I know, and I think people appreciate. Look, it's. I'm glad we have it. I'm glad we have Furiosa. It's not a level of Fury Road, but again, after Fury Road, the problem is, where do you go from there? You really like. I don't. On so many levels, where do you go from Fury Road? You're destined to disappoint, no matter what. In that sense. And there's so amazing stuff in Furiosa. Incredible.
I like
but
Fury.
I think it's gonna take time for people to actually appreciate that movie more.
Yeah. No, I enjoy
because
it.
It needs to become its own thing. It needs to get out of the shadow, which is very large.
Yeah, they should have just called it Furiosa, not a Mad Max saga. You know, I mean, the movie's a lot of fun.
I mean, ultimately, it wasn't needed. Not needed at all. We didn't need it.
No.
We could have ended with Fury Road and been like, good, we're done. Yeah. But again, you can make that argument, and look, a lot of people love Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. I've always been the guy that it was like, I'm fine with The Last Crusade being the last one. They literally ride into the sunset. I'm good.
Oh, my problem with Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny has a huge problem from the get-go, is that they made the character of Indiana Jones a sad sack. If you're Indiana Jones and you're at that point in your life, you've seen all this shit. This idea that Indiana Jones should be fucking Gandalf in that movie. He's seen all kinds of supernatural shit.
It's interesting, and I agree with you. It should, it's like he should be, as a character. In my feeling, I want him to be in the movies revered as much as I revere the character.
Well, that's the thing, and I understand they have to deconstruct that character, but what's interesting is, to me, it was disingenuous. It was disingenuous to turn him into that guy, and if
you're going to turn him into the guy. If you're gonna do that, then show it. Show him like going against this status that he's been built up to, where he was just like, I've just been doing what I felt was right.
Yeah, or something. It just didn't.
A little bit, but again, they but look. I don't want to look again. It works for people. I haven't actually watched The Dial of Destiny since it came out in theaters.
Yeah.
I not that I hated the movie. I was, again, like, it's not hitting the same chords, but again, it's weird. It's so funny. You know what doesn't have these problems? The James Bond movies. they're always sort of they get to refresh themselves.
Well, okay, I would say they used to not have this problem. I think that the Daniel Craig era did tremendous damage to the Bond franchise.
I don't think so.
Even though it made a lot of money.
I don't know if it did. I don't know, because I think, but the other thing is, I don't think that, well, again, because you aren't waiting 30 years between Bond movies and stuff like that.
No, but
they're a little more like, okay, here's an adventure. It's the same thing with like the Mission Impossible movies now, which are arguably better than the Bond movies of modern.
Yeah, I Fallout,
sure,
especially
story wise. But yeah, the Bond films are an interesting thing. I never look at them, in that sense, because it's like, well, I know in a couple of years, or longer now, because it takes longer to make these types of movies, that we're gonna get a new Bond. It's gonna be a new adventure. It'll be a whole new thing again. And
but
but it's weird because they do play it sort of fast and loose with it. It's like, okay, but Judi Dench is still going to be in these.
But
there's going to be weird crossovers to old ones, which is it's the one series where that's always been a consistent thing, where it's like they'll change the Bond out, but they'll have consistent actors play the other characters.
I think the James Bond movies have a big problem now, though, and that is our civilizational conflict that we're dealing with now is basically we in the Western civilization is in a existential battle with a civilization that, call it, the battle between our whether you're going to call, like, look, we have fundamentalist Islam, whether it's Afghanistan that Bond went to. I mean, in Living Daylights, the Mujahideen was our friends, but now you're having an Bond. Where do you come up with a villain when the villains in the real world today aren't having fun? Like the villains in the Bond movies of yore were either the Cold War. It started out being the Russians. And now you then you had rich megalomaniacs. You had Spectre, but Spectre, even the people that ran Spectre wanted to drive the best cars, drink the best booze, fuck the best women. So you're in this incredible play. Now James Bond, what's James Bond going to do? Go to the Middle East? You going to fight terrorists?
No. Here's the thing. You have a villain that comments on that. It's like, fucking villains today, they're not having any fun.
Well, yeah.
You address it. You literally go, I'm a fucking bad guy. I'm making money. I revel in it. I'm gonna fucking.
But the bad guys are Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk. I mean, they're also.
Yeah, but imagine if they were fucking cool people.
I mean, hey, I thought Lawrence Sanchez was hot as fuck when I first moved to LA and saw her on television.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, imagine if Elon Musk was not some sort of mutant-looking troll and was a fucking baller and didn't make fucking trucks that looked like something that Charlie Band made in Metal Storm,
or something that was in Megaforce.
Yeah, exactly.
All you have to do is paint them white and orange.
Guess what? Hal Needham is fucking infinitely cooler than Elon Musk would ever have been. Hal Needham directed Megaforce, guys.
He did.
He's also produced by Al Ruddy, who was the producer.
And by the way, let me just point out that Barry Bostwick, who plays Ace Hunter in Megaforce, plays FDR in what? I'll tell you.
True Noir?
Plays FDR in True Noir, the assassination of Anton Cermak. So run over to Kickstarter right now, and if you haven't, give us some support. It's our last 5 days of our campaign. We got to get to 30 grand. I'm telling you, you're going to love this. Yeah, we need. No, I don't. The project needs money. Pre-order the project.
Papa, can you hear me?
Oh no, I can't go see that.
Give me some money.
That's no. No, True Noir. The one thing about True Noir that I love so much is our cast. We have an amazing cast, and so anyway,
Who loves them long time?
What's that?
I said you love them long time.
I saw a picture of Matthew Modine with that girl They did the Full Metal Jacket girl, and
did they?
yeah, there was a picture of the
they,
two of
they
them.
got together again.
Yeah. It was great. I'm like, okay.
I thought they were saving that for the Stranger Things legacy sequel that's coming, 10 years from now.
Yeah. So no, that was no, but I mean, I think though that the legacy sequels that I wanted to see, there's two. One, Tom Cruise.
Now we're talking the ones we would love to see, want to see, wish could happen. Okay.
Riskier Business. Now,
Him is an adult now?
He's an adult. He's got kids.
And Rebecca De Mornay is like this bloated,
No, she looks good.
Or
now.
is she like a crime boss? Is she like Ellen Barkin in Animal Kingdom?
No. I think the idea would be what are you if you go back and you watch Risky Business now, the 4K that just came out from Criterion, it's like, wow, they would never make that movie today. People would bitch and moan about it.
Too risky.
But you could do a great movie about kids today as opposed to kids back then. Like, what would Tom Cruise's kids be like? And either that or Ferris Bueller's Year Off. Come on, man.
Ferris Bueller is laid off.
No. He's got it. But no, that's the thing. He gets, or maybe that's how it starts. He gets laid off from his job and he decides to go find his smile, like in City Slickers or something. I don't know. But those are the kind of things I would love to see.
You can't throw these things out there. You're just throwing out gold out there that someone is going to hear and go, yeah, I know. Well, John Hughes I can't get to, but,
Riskier Business, man. Get Paul Brickman. I think you could do a really great, the difference between kids back then. What would kids today say if they knew that Tom Cruise opened a brothel to get all his friends laid?
But the problem
and made money.
The problem is now that none of the young people, like, they go, well, their marketing is like, no one knows what Risky Business is.
But I know. No, it's one of my favorite teen films of all time. It might be my favorite.
The funny thing is, it is a teen film. Risky Business is a teen film.
Yeah.
Even back then, it always felt like an adult film to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like not a porno, guys. I mean, get your mind out of the gutter. I know it's Midnight Metal. I know it's Rob. I know your mind goes right to the gutter. I was just saying adult, like, my parents would watch Risky Business and go, oh, that's so funny. Because my parents were erudite and more, cravats and shit, obviously.
Cravats. My parents wore cravats. That made them erudite. Yes,
both of them.
Wow.
Ascots.
The family that
smoking jackets and ascots. It was very, very classy.
By the way, Necronomical says that Old Boy isn't really a legacy sequel, but I think of it that way. And it would be interesting to see another film with characters utilizing that organization.
Or is that connected with the Vengeance trilogy?
It is. There's Sympathy for Mr. Vengeance, Old Boy, and Lady Vengeance.
Set. I have that Blu-ray.
I do too. That's an early set I bought.
Yeah, it's great. It's great, but I forgot that is connected. That's right.
Yeah, but I got the Old Boy 4K. That really cool special edition when it come out from A24. I know.
Because you just need to see that tentacle just.
It's true.
A little bit more.
Marco Escudolas says Dial of Destiny is the worst indie, but it's still fun. They didn't disrespect indie, and the end was sweet.
I personally, I feel Crystal Skull is worse than Dial of Destiny by far.
Oh yeah, I agree with that too. I just I didn't like the fact that Indiana Jones was that people didn't, he wasn't respected. Marco also goes on to say James Bond only works if they go balls out. Nobody wants a cuck Bond.
Well, they just want a balls out Bond. Is that Mr. Ray Gun? Is that better? I'm closer to my mic now. See, I this, when I'm looking this way, I'm reading your fucking.
Yeah, well, also I need to be further away, and yeah, but I think that
keep going back, Rob. I'll tell you when you're good.
How do you feel about Cleveland?
Oh,
you like that?
little Tootsie.
Yeah, it's coming out on 4K next week in the new Columbia box.
We need to see that in 4K.
I love that movie.
It's a great movie.
It is a great movie.
Metal Morning from Serbia, boys. Hello, Michael Lynch. Serbia is. I really want to go there. By the way, I
do too.
I'm digressing. I want to go to Serbia. My friend has a place in Serbia.
I would love to go there too. Elizabeth's dad was Serbian. So, yeah.
Please continue.
Major Chai Chai says we need the further adventures of Buckaroo Banzai, dude. I'd kill to see that.
But the thing is with Buckaroo Banzai now, unfortunately, I think they need to reintroduce it to the world.
It's been 40 years.
I think it would be great, but I don't think Peter Weller, and company from that movie are the best way to reintroduce the world to Buckaroo Banzai. I think you need to. I think that could be a sort of remake that would, or Buckaroo Banzai really, because it's so much of the adventures and everything would really that would be like, okay, Netflix, HBO, or something. Give me a Buckaroo Banzai series. Or a limited series.
The problem is that nobody remembers that movie, and the people that do, it's such a culty.
I'm just saying, it's like, but there's enough really cool things in it that I think people would appreciate and could appreciate if they were introduced to it, but they need to know it.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm a huge Buckaroo Banzai fan.
What about here? Throw it out there. What about a Repo Man legacy sequel? Well, you can't really now
because Harry Dean Stanton's gone. I know. I just got that on 4K.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got that at the Criterion sale.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, I think I think a legacy sequel now you have to be thinking in terms of big money, big box office.
I want a Midnight Mile. I want a Miracle Mile. Like.
Oh, you want to hear something interesting? At Private Island, where I'm recording, Steve DeJarnette was in there recording an audio commentary for Miracle Mile last week.
Another one? They did a great set of that already.
I know.
Yeah,
right, you can't make a legacy sequel to to Miracle Mile. The world ended.
That was the joke.
Oh, I get it. I'm a little slow on that uptake.
It serves cockroaches, Rob.
Yeah.
Cockroaches playing saxophones.
That's
okay?
right. That's right.
They come out of the tar pits in the beginning. It's crazy. It's crazy.
No, but I think a legacy sequel has to be. There's got to be a reason, And nowadays, no one's going to make a legacy sequel unless somebody's going to put some money behind it.
So you had riskier business.
Yeah, that I'd like to see, because I think you could actually do a really interesting story that would have something to say about today.
You get Cruise back and stuff as his age now.
Yeah, you get him back his age now. And what happens? What happens when he finds out that his daughter's an OnlyFans model? And something.
Stop giving away free money, Rob. You need to be writing these ideas down. Forget you could make this movie and not have to call it riskier business, and still could be good.
I know, but I think you could do a lot of things. Like Tom Cruise finds out that his daughter and her friends are OnlyFans models, and they're going to Dubai on the weekends to do horrible things with sheikhs and get paid $50,000 a trip. Sheiks.
Like McDonald's, like McFlurries.
No, like an oil sheik.
Sheik. Oh, sheik.
But shakes. But
hey,
I mean, how do you?
Is that how you say it?
Yeah.
You call them?
Shake.
They're called shakes.
Yeah, like in Living Down in LA, Post 3. I've got a shake.
Oh, sorry, guys.
But so you could do that. I mean, how would Tom Cruise feel about that? If he finds out that his daughter is running something like OnlyFans.
Well, then it becomes Taken, where he has to go to Dubai and climb
No,
the
no,
building
no,
into
but
the chamber.
no, but it's but for them it's not bad. They're making money, and you could do a whole thing about how do the generations, and she can be like, well, Dad, you ran a brothel in your house. How bad can it be? Like, you could do something
like,
really.
Who told you that?
Yeah,
Who
your
told you that?
mom told me.
Well, how did she know? I never told her that. And it's his friend who, like, you know, on the side, and like, hey, I'm the
I mean, but
you uncle.
If you could come up with a story, if you could come up with something that's good, you know what I mean?
Yeah. What else? What would be another one? I'm listening.
As he goes away. Another legacy sequel. I don't know. What do you guys? What do you in the chat say? What would be a legacy sequel that you guys would want to see? I mean, I think that would be the kind of thing where you know, The Last Starfighter is the only film that deserves a remake or a legacy sequel, where the first movie exists.
Oh, I agree. It's like, it doesn't have to be like a legacy sequel. You don't have to bring Lance Guest back.
English Patient 2. Sounds like Tom Cruise in Hardcore. Oh my God, that's my daughter. That's funny. Somebody says, Kinky Sphincter says the hills flow red. No, the rivers run black. The rivers run black. Silverado.
I don't know where Rob gets these titles. They're awful, though. I would never call something the river runs black.
Why not?
Because that's racist.
No, the hills run red. The rivers run black.
Why do the rivers run black? Is blood like spontaneously black now?
No, that's where all the decaying bodies are. They're being shipped down the river. Who knows? I don't know.
Shipped down.
I just think it sounds cool. The Breakfast Club. What kind of parents would those kids become? Yeah, the same kind of thing. What would they?
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, we all know realistically you can't touch John Hughes movies. They won't let you.
No.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Trying to think.
A new battle royale. Conan the King. There's a good one.
Oh,
why don't they make Conan the King? Why haven't they made that yet?
Because Milius had a stroke and he can't do it.
I know, but come on, there's plenty of people that could do it well.
But it's got to be Milius, man.
Conan the King, man. It doesn't have to be Milius. It could be somebody else.
King Conan.
King Conan. Let's do that. I'd love to see that. That I would watch the hell out of.
But who the fuck is of the caliber to actually direct that now? Who really would be?
Chad Stileski.
No, he's too poppy. He's too poppy and fun and everything. No, you need someone with gravitas to do this. You really do. I mean, you really do.
Ridley Scott. I don't know. This is a good one. Norwegian Kryptonian says Delta of Venus with the daughter. Hey man, I can get you out of England back.
Fucking herbs. Who would play Conan? Schwarzenegger would play Conan.
Yeah, Schwarzenegger would play Conan. He's old. He's King Conan.
They killed the dragon in Dragon Slayer. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Burnettwork wasn't the last, but he was the best.
How about a Little Trouble in Big China?
You know, the problem is, the thing is this. What I feel with those things, what I feel like that would be, it's like, look, it's like what we get with Beetlejuice. Like, Kurt Russell would have to be the Egg Shen of his own sequel now.
Well, or you have unless he's he's now a shipping magnet instead of trucking.
It would make sense if he was the Egg Shen. He's the older, wise guy who isn't the fucking lead.
Well, yeah, I don't think he should be, but you could still make a great movie out of it, and you actually go to China.
You could. Kill Bill 3, no point. It's done. No point, and it'll never happen. And it will, and he would count it as his 10th, and he already said No.
But Kill Bill 3 is, I mean, Kill Bill was finished. The story's done.
Yeah, it's done. He killed Bill. That's even what Quinn says. I killed Bill. I'm done.
Yeah.
You know. I'm trying to think if there's any legit oh, I would really love to see another one of those that I haven't seen. That really counts. You know, that's not just oh, it's like a kitschy kind of thing. And I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know.
No, it's. I mean, it's thing about you. It's not just making sequels to movies we like. I mean, a legacy sequel has to have a reason.
It's like it would be something from. I would want something from a long time ago that is sort of beloved and thought well of.
I'll tell you what legacy sequel I would want to make. I mean, I know if it's a legacy sequel, I have an idea, and I really want to make this movie.
You sure you want to pitch it on the open air?
I'm going to pitch on the open air. I want to do Basic Instinct 3.
Okay.
And it's basically all about Eve, where Sharon Stone has become a billionaire mover and shaker. She's a tech giant. She's used her influence, and she's one of the most important people in the world, and she's absolutely fabulous. And she can get into she talks to presidents, she talks to kings. She's one of the most important people in the world, and she's also a total fucking psychopath. And she gets Eve Harrington. She's basically the serial killer version of Betty Davis, she's a cross between, take your pick, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, but she's cool. And, okay. She gets, someone comes for her, a protege, who she thinks is going to be a protege, and she likes the idea of training this girl. But this girl's gunning for her. This girl knows all about her and comes after her. And it's a cat and mouse game between these two women, that this new young upstart serial killer wants to come take out Catherine Trammell, who's basically the cool Hannibal Lecter. That's basically my idea. I want to make that. I want to get Sharon Stone to come back and play Catherine Trammell.
You probably could. You probably could do that.
I know. That's why I think it's something that could be done. And and then I would want I'd want her to be she would be the jet-setting Hannibal Lecter. Okay. That's what I want.
We got two more super chats here. One interesting. And then I think I maybe came up with the legacy sequel. I'm listening. I'm looking at what other people are.
Oh yeah.
Putting down as
well. Tom Jr. Jackson says a remake of Cocoon.
Well, wouldn't be the worst thing, since no one can see why they can't see a 20th Century Fox hit anymore.
Yeah, I know. What they can't even get. You can't even get that movie on physical media.
I know. I have the Blu-ray.
I have the Blu-ray too. It's very difficult to get.
Why that movie? Why? Why is Cocoon? Justice for Cocoon. Why is Cocoon being buried?
It's a Ron Howard movie. I have no idea.
I don't get it. And then Marco
says this legacy sequel convo makes me sick, but it's a smiley face.
I'm so sorry.
I saw Marco today.
I hope you have a bucket close by.
Oh, Marco.
So the one legacy sequel that I'd be up for, Escape from Earth.
Oh yeah,
Kurt Russell as Pliskin now.
Oh dude, I would, yes. Would you have Carpenter come back to direct it, or you have to he'd probably have to have somebody else do it?
He'd have to. Look, I saw John Carpenter on Thursday night when I was up at Universal for Halloween Horror Nights. I saw him there. He looked great. He looked young, vibrant. He was his wife, Sandy King. Looked very good. Didn't stay long, but he was there. And
John would be the executive producer.
Yeah, the sensibility is going to be there. It would be like very heavy executive producer, consultant, works with the screenwriters very closely on sensibilities, everything else. It's like Let it be Carpenter's voice, not so much Kurt Russell's voice, who thinks he knows who Snake Plissken is, which is what happened with Escape from LA a little bit. Let it be this sort of unfiltered Carpenter cynicism mixed in there with Escape from Earth.
Well, I mean, there's a movie you could get somebody like a Fede Alvarez to direct if there's a great script, you know.
Yeah, but you know what? Let's give Fede Alvarez, you know, a little fair shake here, and not have him just direct sequels to other people's popular.
It's true. That's right. I was just thinking, like, just
he did a good job with Don't Breathe. You know,
He did.
So it's like let Fede like do some. He doesn't have to be the sequel king of everyone else.
The real question is, if you made that movie, where would Kurt Russell be going? If he leaves Earth, where does he go?
Mars to fight the ghosts of Mars.
Yeah, let's fight the ghosts of Mars. That'd be funny. That's how the movie ends. Nah, that makes sense. You know, there's a Martian colony that
sure. Well, no. Instead of riding off into the sunset, Snake Plissken rides off into the galaxy.
Yeah.
He's just going. He goes, fuck this universe.
Well, it's been Escape from LA came out in 96.
Yeah.
So we're talking 30.
It'd be a long time. It'd be
I mean, Escape from Earth, they should do that.
It'd be amazing. I'll take it as an animated film that he can just voice too if they want to go younger with it too. I wish they.
No. I think it'd be great to make Escape from Earth with Kurt Russell as Snake Plissken again.
It'd be amazing. Though most people would be like, "What the fuck is Escape from LA? What is that? Escape from New York? What? Huh? People have interesting things. Like, I would love to see a remake of Outland, Judge Dredd 2. Dredd 2, I'd love to see Carl Urban come back.
But but the thing is, these are just sequels, like the, you know, Judge Dredd. Just making sequels is different than some kind of a legacy. Like if there's a
what hasn't so like Risky Business, that was a really good one. You picked something that has never been sequelized, never been made. So that's interesting. I didn't even think of that. Like something that doesn't have a sequel.
Yeah.
Should have.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. That's kind of what I was going for.
That's much cooler. And actually trickier to figure out now since we live in such a sequelized world.
Yeah.
Of like things. I don't know. People are just making jokes now.
Yeah, I know.
They're just bringing the yucks.
I'll tell you what I'm really
Jersey.
I'll tell you what I'm really sad that we're not getting, because I read the scripts, the ones that at least existed, is Crystal Lake, Brian Fuller's Crystal Lake series.
Yeah, but something will eventually happen.
No, they're doing it. They have a new showrunner, but his scripts were so good. They were so good, and he was somebody.
Are they so good to an intellectual, or are they good to the people who
dude, they
primal Friday the 13th?
It's people who dude. I'll tell you, the first 10 pages of that first script, it elevated all the Friday the 13th movies.
Yeah, but you don't need to, that's the problem. You don't need to elevate them.
But no, but I mean, I'm telling you, it was great.
Okay,
great stuff.
Look, I'd love to read it, so send it my way.
Oh, I can't confirm or deny we even have them.
Right, I mean, not that you know anything.
Right.
But yeah, this is going to sound wild, but I always wanted a sequel to Night of the Comet. I think there's potential there. The funny thing is, Rob DeLorio, I'm sorry if I'm butchering the pronunciation of your last name, Rob. Another Rob, not you, Rob.
No, I know.
I thought about that for a minute. It's like, where would you go with Night of the Comet now? Like, so it's like, it's been another 75 years and Halley's Comet's swinging back around?
No, you could call it.
They've repopulated the Earth, and now the comet's coming back, and now what are they going to do?
Because what does the world look like after the comet was here? You know,
But again, they would rebuild. That's what they left off with at the end of the first one. They're going to rebuild. They're gonna, Danny Mason Keener and fucking Kelly Maroney are gonna go bump uglies together and repopulate the species along with Robert Beltran. And
you could bring back Robert Beltran.
and Catherine Mary Stewart and Kelly
Yeah.
Maroney. You can bring all these people back.
Yeah, I mean, you could if you had something decent. The problem is,
I know the one I would do a legacy sequel to now. Madman 2. Much of madness, more of sin. What the?
Marcos.
Madman. Check it out. It's probably on Tubi.
Marcos says Captain Maisel was beyond cringe. Looking forward to Highlander with Cavill.
Captain Michael was beyond cringe.
Captain Michael was beyond cringe.
What's Captain Michael?
I don't know. Is that looking forward to? Highlander is just a reboot.
But I don't know, man. You know, does Highlander work without the Queen score, the Queen music? Does it work? Are they bringing the Queen? If they bring all the Queen songs back, cool. They don't. Is it really Highlander without Queen?
I don't know. That's a very good question.
You know what the other day was? It was funny. Was it yesterday? You probably know this. So I was perusing. This is totally off topic for a second. I'm diverting here, Rob. Follow me.
Okay.
I was on Amazon Prime.
Deeper Impact.
Deeper.
That's the porn title for Deep Impact.
I know. I want to make that one.
Yeah.
I threw on Space 1999, and then it was like, wasn't yesterday like the anniversary of the first?
No, that's September 13th.
No, the first episode premiere.
Oh, I don't know.
Not when.
Because Space 1999 was syndicated in the United States.
Well,
so
I don't know. I was watching it, and someone was like going, "Hey, you know."
Well, you know what tomorrow is?
September 8th.
It's the 58th anniversary of the debut of Star Trek in the United States.
What's that?
Yeah, right.
No one remembers that shit. No one wants to remember that shit.
Not these days. They don't.
You just keep bringing it up. Legacy sequel.
Oh, Captain Michael was in a show called Discovery that was very bad. Yes, Captain Michael. I didn't see where you were going that way. Yeah, that was not good.
Oh, yeah,
Slow Times at Ridgemont High.
No.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I mean,
Billy Zane's a little too old to be the Phantom now. Well, I guess he could be like the guy from The Prisoner who was in The Phantom as the first Phantom, and then Billy Zane.
Patrick McGowan.
Yeah, that guy.
What do you mean, that guy? The Prisoner?
You always remember the McGowan.
Yeah. You got to remember the McGowan. 100%.
Labyrinth with Tilda Swinton as Jareth. Well, if you were ever going to pick someone to replace David Bowie, it would be Tilda Swinton.
Yeah.
As you and I well know.
Yeah, I mean, she's amazing.
Incredible.
But
Pedro just won the Venice Film Festival.
Pedro Almodovar.
Yeah, that Tilda
that she was
and
in.
Julianne Moore, that Tilda and Julianne Moore.
The euthanasia movie. The uplifting euthanasia movie.
I can't wait. It looks like a romp to me.
Yeah. The uplifting euthanasia film. Let's do that.
I just want to make a movie called. No, I'm not going there. I'm going to get so in trouble.
No, but I mean, you know, now we're kind of degenerating from the.
We are very degenerating
from the topic at hand. But
legacies.
Hey, how about this, Dave? How about this? Yeah, why not?
Why do you do that? Why Demi? Why Demi?
Why Demi? Why you leave me? Why you leave me?
Cool size, guys. There you go. A new Dick Tracy. Well, you know, you can find Dick Tracy sequels on YouTube. He talks to the Medveds, doesn't he?
That's right. He did that weird.
Medved.
Yeah, he did that weird thing.
It's like, how do I live so long? Pomegranate seeds.
Yeah.
I'm like, wow, baby. I mean, I eat pomegranate seeds.
No, but in terms of real legacy sequels, like what could work? You know, I mean, it's.
I mean, Again, I would want to find something that hasn't been milked to death already and everything like that. And I know I was like, another Blue Lagoon movie. There's like 3 Blue Lagoon movies, guys. I think we got those. Yeah.
3 Moon Junction. But that's it's a little obscure.
just a just a little.
Sherilyn Fenn's a little too old.
It just wouldn't have the same hotness.
No.
Sherilyn Fenn now.
No.
You could put her in.
I'll tell you. You know what I think one of the coolest legacy sequels was that we haven't talked about, even though it's not a movie, was Twin Peaks. I thought Twin Peaks was. I was really surprised by that. I mean, it was really out there, but like the nuclear, was it episode 8, the nuclear bomb episode? That was insane.
Spoiler, thanks. I didn't get there yet.
Well, it was what was that, 5 or 6 years ago? So hey, but no, I thought that was an interesting, a true legacy sequel that had interesting things to say. I liked it.
Well,
that was
again,
good.
If it has interesting thing to say or not, you don't even know what the fuck it's saying half the time, so it's fine.
Sure.
You know, but again, Elephant Man. There you go.
No.
Elephant Man 2. It's just his bones walking around.
Yeah, it's not gonna work.
They did a sequel to Fish Called Wanda, Major Chai Chai. Sort of. Furious Creatures. It's sort of more in spirit with most of the same actors. Do you remember that one?
Oh yeah. Yes. Yeah, you're right. I mean, hey, if something's good.
Big Lebowski 2, no. Guys, you gotta leave that one alone. Some things are just meant to be one and done, and it's good. There's no way they're gonna ever capture that magic of the dude again.
No.
I'm sorry, just no. Fierce Creatures, not
Fierce.
Furious.
Yeah, Fierce Creatures.
Thank you. They're remaking Enemy Mine, Dustin.
They are. And again, 20th Century Fox, Steve Asbell, or 20th Century Studios. Steve Asbell is doing it, and Terry Matalas is writing it. And apparently he's got a very good take. So that's cool. That's a movie, in terms of remaking something, that was a movie. It was okay. I didn't think it was a great...
It was always kind of boring. It was like... It was.
I think that that's a movie that could definitely... Dustin Echo says, Enemy Mine, Quaid with the alien child grown, explore the larger conflict, developments in the society and the war. We are getting a remake of that. So,
yeah.
And I definitely think that there's room to improve.
How about a new reboot of Alien Nation? I know they did the series.
The series was really good. I mean,
I never saw the series, but I remember Alien Nation, the movie, being like kind of cool. It was a Fox property. It was kind of. There's another movie that I don't know if is there a Blu-ray of Alien Nation? It's kind of like Cocoon. It's kind of been buried. Yeah,
that's interesting. That's a really great.
Mandy Patinkin. It's a good movie. It's a really good movie. And Terrence Stamp. It's a really cool movie. It's like, wait, can you find Alien Nation anywhere?
Well, I'm looking it up. That's a good question. Yes, there is an Alien Nation Blu-ray.
Oh, okay.
It's a UK Blu-ray. Yeah, there's a couple.
Okay, Legacy sequel. I know they did a sequel, but it wasn't any good because I didn't see it. The Hidden Legacy sequel.
Yeah.
I would like that.
Yeah, you know what? They do have you can get it. It's probably really expensive, but the Blu-ray is only $25.
That's expensive in this day and age.
Well, you can probably get it cheaper, but
cool. Buy it for me. Send it to me. Thank you.
They're used. Wow, they go up. There's 25, 60, 75.
How about Trick or Treat, the Legacy sequel, not the Mike Doherty one, the 1986 one?
I don't know about that.
Kerr, the guy who plays Sammy Kerr is not alive.
See, now we're just throwing out,
I'm throwing out my passions. No. How dare you?
How about Flashdance? A Flashdance legacy sequel with Jennifer Beals.
I mean, she still looks incredible. So
Incredible.
I wouldn't throw her out with the bathwater.
I mean, it's only been 41 years since that movie came out. Why not?
But she couldn't probably move the same.
However she moves is fine with me.
Monster Squad, yeah, that's a stretch. I love it, but it's a stretch. I don't know if that would happen.
I mean, it would be interesting to see, legacy sequel had to, like, the legacy sequels we're talking about, whether it's 2010, whether it's Color of Money, whether it's Trainspotting 2.
The Thing was a legacy sequel, the one that focused on the Norwegian camp. I guess a legacy prequel.
Yeah. And they were going to do a TV series that was an actual sequel to Carpenter's movie.
Yeah, Darabont was going to do that at one point.
Yeah, I have a script for that.
Do you know Frank Darabont came back to directing, and he directed 2 episodes of Stranger Things this new season?
I did not know that. How cool is that?
Yeah. Yeah, he was like, he loved the show. And
good for him.
He directed 2 episodes, and he was like, I'm done with directing. So Darabont is back with Stranger Things season 5.
I'm looking forward to it. I like season 4 a lot.
Yeah, but I like all the seasons. They're all really good.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. We're running out of. I think we're running out of juice. We're just spewing now. We're just riffing.
That's true. Yeah. That's true.
But that doesn't mean it's not. I mean, it's an interesting topic, and we're going to see more and more and more of these legacy sequels. I mean, it would be interesting.
There's money to be made. All this stuff is going to happen, and then they're going to.
Okay, I got one for you. Here's a question: with Beetlejuice making a lot of money, what is the next Warner Brothers legacy sequel that they're going to make? Now with the success of, and you think, since domestically this weekend it's made $100 million, let's say that, and globally it's probably going to do well. Let's say it ends up making what these legacy sequels are making now. Let's say it does $300 or $400 million worldwide. Pretty good. So Warner Brothers is
big. Warner Brothers.
Yeah, if you're in charge, if you're David Zaslav and you're looking at the
off of Beetlejuice.
Yeah, well, with that kind of knowing that what it made,
the footprint culturally that it has.
Yeah. What Warner Brothers title looking? Oh,
The Lost Boys.
Oh, do you bring back? Well,
yeah,
Corey.
You bring back Jason Patrick.
Do you bring back Corey Feldman? You can't bring.
You have to bring back Corey Feldman. You bring back Jason Patrick. You bring back Jamie Gertz, even though she's a billionaire. You bring back who you can. You can't bring back the Lost Boys.
You came up with that pretty fast. You know what? That's a good idea.
Yeah.
And make it not a reboot. It's a legacy sequel.
Right.
It's a legacy sequel. I mean, you could bring back Alex Winter. I mean, all the vampires.
Still alive.
All the vampires. Yeah, she's in Apartment 7A. All the vampires are dead. All the vampires in Lost Boys are dead. But the character. I mean, that's a really good idea.
Why couldn't David have a twin?
Yeah.
You want to bring back Kiefer Sutherland? You can figure out a way.
Yeah. And he's the vampire king. They could do all kinds of. That's a great idea. The Lost Boys legacy sequel. Beetlejuice. Yeah. There it is. Okay. Let's game this out. So who's going to direct it?
Who would be good to direct a Lost Boys sequel?
And everybody, we do know that there were direct-to-video sequels to the Lost Boys already.
Yeah, of course. We worked with one of the stars of one of the Lost Boys sequels.
Yes, we did.
How about the guy, the Evil Dead Rise director?
Oh, already worked with Warner Brothers.
Yeah,
that's a really good idea. Or you know who else could be good?
Or Michael Chavez, who did the Conjuring 3.
Or I would say the chick who directed the first Omen.
Oh, that's a better choice. That's a cooler choice.
Yeah, because you know what? I'll tell you something. Yeah, I mean, I thought she did a great job, and she's hot too in
That's
real
cool.
life. Not that matters.
It's so funny. I'm just looking. Sorry, guys. I'm just looking at the chat quickly here. I'm gonna mispronounce this. Alright, man. I don't like Stranger Things. It's a pastiche of 80s movies. That's kind of what I love about Stranger Things. The fact that they opened season 3 with them sneaking into seeing Day of the Dead in a theater.
By the way, Marco, I did mention that Cavill.
How does that not melt your heart?
Marco thought I missed this. I did mention
Rob
Cavill.
DeLauro, Dave Parker, Lost Boys sequel. Who's the gayest filmmaker out there? They need the same juice as Schumacher. I don't know who's
Luca Guad.
No, he's wrong, but his whole sensibility is wrong for it though.
But he just finished. He just had Queer come out with Daniel
if Greg
Craig.
Araki was younger, I'd go Greg Araki.
By the way, how excited are we for the Teen Apocalypse trilogy on 4K?
Fuck
Yeah.
yeah, I am.
ET
Mod
too. No.
DJ 8000. I have a mic. It's right here. It's right here. You can't fucking hear me. It's your fucking problem, not mine. Jesus Christ, buddy. I might not be close enough for it. Is this better, Mod? Should I just talk like this for the whole rest of the show? Jesus. Take the mic for next time. It's not going through my fucking computer. Love you. Love you lots.
Come on, Dave. Don't insult our audience.
I'm not insulting. I'm just saying. I see.
I'm really loving this. Look. I don't think you necessarily have to have a gay director.
No.
But I understand. You know, you need somebody that has that kind of cool. Like, I don't even know. Like, look. I thought the First Omen. I thought she did a great job directing the movie.
Stylistically, it's awesome.
Yeah, and
really cool.
you need. You know what the real problem is the Lost Boys has that 80s sheen to it, and we don't have that anymore.
No, I mean, that's the thing. But you know why? Because we don't have MTV anymore.
Well, yeah, but we need somebody who's going to make a really ultra stylish movie.
So you probably need to find who's doing, Taylor Swift or any of these big people who still have, or Beyonce's music videos, and probably find that director to do.
No, because I don't think that you need somebody who can also tell a story. If we're gonna do like
Rob, I'm telling you, this is what they did in the '80s. They get the music video director. Look at our boy Russell Mulcahy. He was a video director.
I know he directed videos for Durant. And by the way, Russell Mulcahy plays for the same team. He's a gay director. But again, he's probably too old. And he wouldn't be able to. Warner Brothers.
He's still got the chutzpah, but yeah, I know what
he does. You know what I mean? I mean, look, but I would say that maybe I would say though that again, Joel Schumacher came out of a production design background, a costuming background,
and a DC cab background.
background.
Hey, Rob DeLauro, if you didn't have Schumacher's gay, we wouldn't have Tim Capello. Come on. Well, yes, of course, the new Lost Boys needs today's Tim Capello, which would be an OnlyFans dude, I'm sure.
Yeah, you could get Ben
Dover?
No, you could get DeMeo from the X-Men 97 writer who's out of a job but has an OnlyFans account.
Fuck yeah, get that guy to write he's got reverence for the old for the stuff.
Yeah.
He'd be a great writer for it.
Yeah, he would be a great writer for it.
Dude, that's so look, whatever comes out on that whole lawsuit and everything, I'm telling you, if he was let go by Disney, fire whatever, because of an OnlyFans thing or anything in this day and age and everything, I hope he fucking takes him for everything he can get.
Yeah, it's better than making Harvey Weinstein's assistant doing a Star Wars show.
You know more than me, Rob.
Terrible.
I'm a young innocent.
Leslie Headland who show ran
I'm naive.
Who show ran The Acolyte. She was Harvey Weinstein's former assistant.
Well, that explains some things. Maybe I didn't see The Acolyte. Should I?
No. No.
Should Should I watch it? I didn't watch Mandalorian season 4 either. I
3.
don't know what's
There's
gonna
not
happen.
been a season 4, and
Or
don't
3.
don't ever watch the Mandalorian season 4.
But then
3.
I won't know what's going to happen with Grogu and the Mando.
You'll know. It won't matter. Doesn't matter. Who cares?
When they're in there, it's like Freebie and the Bean or BJ and the Bear, right? Grogu and Mando. They're in like a space truck. They're space truckers now.
Who cares? Does anybody? I don't think anybody cares. No,
Someone
but
cares.
no, I really like this. Okay. If we're not going to do Lost Boys, which I think is a great idea, Dave, you came up with that, as a legacy sequel, because you know what, bringing those characters back would be a lot of fun. I mean, you can't have obviously Corey Haim. You can't bring Corey Haim back, but bringing back Jason Patrick, bringing back those guys.
They brought Ivan Reitman back. We can have Corey Haim's ghost, but is that in bad taste?
Yeah, I think it's a bad taste.
Can we just bring Corey Feldman's ghost in instead, so we don't have to have Corey Feldman actually?
I don't know, dude. I love watching Corey Feldman's concert clips.
Oh my God, amazing! Look, he's being an artist.
His guitar solos are the best.
He's expressing himself. Good for him.
Lost Boys would get a killer soundtrack. I mean, it would be a great.
You know who I would do? Cry Little Sister. This is the thing. I would love the lead singer of Evanescence to do Cry Little Sister.
Oh, that's a great idea. And we gotta have somebody do the Jimmy Barnes In Excess song, Mary Mary. You know.
Oh yeah.
Got to do that.
Good times.
Good times. Yeah,
well,
we got it.
Personally, I would have CK. I would have Chaosium do that song.
Yeah, that could be good.
They have a new song out.
I know. I saw that.
Freaking Head.
Yeah.
I posted it. It's right at the top of the chat, guys.
That's where I saw it. Yeah. I saw you.
You can cut out of this show now and just watch that.
No, so I think, but you know what? A Lost Boys, in terms of making money, if you brought those guys back, that is something, if you had a filmmaker that really wanted to do it, and you had a decent script, I think a Lost Boys legacy sequel like Beetlejuice, same era, a year before Beetlejuice came out, you could make, that's the kind of legacy sequel. Look, people would say just remake it. But we're talking, you got to do a legacy sequel and bring back those characters. And I'll tell you something.
The part of our discussion here with the legacy sequels, the good thing about legacy sequels is that they appeal to the older audience and have the potential to appeal to the younger audience, because you get the old people who have their emotional ties to the original. So
100%.
you bring those characters back, that makes them want to go more than if you remake it.
Yes.
Another one. Now that it's Warner Brothers.
Yeah, we're just thinking Warner Brothers because now of Beetlejuice.
I mean, the obvious one is Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah, but they already remade Nightmare on Elm Street.
But they remade it poorly. But it's not a legacy.
Yeah,
it wasn't a legacy sequel.
No, but I think Nightmare on Elm Street.
It wasn't a legacy sequel.
No, but
I'm sure that's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen.
Well, they might. I mean, if Nancy doesn't wake up screaming, Dave, she won't wake up at all.
I know, but you gave that poster away to someone who turned out fucking crazy, and I've always wanted that poster. But I got the Evil Dead.
You got my Evil Dead one sheet.
It's still there. I still have it. Of course, I've never given that away.
You should mount that on linen and frame it.
I can't. Look, I need a job right now, guys. I need a job. So I can't afford to mount anything right now, including the Canadian mounted. There's a planes, trains, and automobiles for you. There you go.
You know what? Film. Let's see. I'm going to find Lost Boys. So Lost Boys is a great candidate.
Yeah, they have not done. It's not really legacy sequels. Destiny, Captain. They have done 2 sequels to the Lost Boys. They were direct to video, which Rob and I know a little about direct to video. And so I would just not count those. I would just sort of forget those. Lethal Weapon. You know what? Part of me is very curious, because at the Richard Donner tribute, Mel Gibson and
Yeah, they talked about it. Yeah.
Danny Glover got together on stage, and it was pretty fucking great to make me want to see it. But at this point, it's like neither one of them would be allowed to be cops.
Well, that's
like
unless I mean, but that could be the thing of it, because Danny Glover's in his 70s now, and maybe the thing is you can always find a reason why they have to team up again to do something.
I know, but can they even move? I mean, look.
Yeah, they can.
Can they like physically move? I'm saying.
Yeah.
I know Mel can, but I don't know where Danny's at these days.
Dude, Danny Glover is 78 years old.
I don't think we need a lethal weapon at this point.
Yeah, I mean he's 78.
No. Goonies 2. I need to honestly. I don't need to ever see Goonies 1 again. I'm sorry, guys.
I'm not a Goonies fan either. Mel Gibson, 68.
It's a nice idea. Goonies.
Yeah, no Goonies.
No 7-2. No, come on. You can't. Come on. Yeah, it's like doing. Oh, let's do The Usual Suspects too.
No.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Destiny Captain says Glover looks rickety. You think? I'll be a skeleton when I'm his age. Yeah, he looks rickety now.
Yeah.
Someone says another Space Jam with Caitlin Clark. That would be, you know what? That would mean that the world has progressed and opened their hearts to something way more than it is right now.
Yeah.
Okay, another Warner. Another Warner Brothers one. Do you have another one in mind that you would?
I'm going through this list of Warner Brothers movies in the eight. No. Oh, I've got one. Even though one of the cast members is no longer with us, one of the cast members still is. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Lady Hawk. Michelle Pfeiffer and Matthew Broderick.
I would.
And you know what?
I would almost do it more as a reboot cross with a legacy sequel.
Yeah,
where those two they appear in it, but it's not really their movie. It's sort of like here's a reintroduction to this.
Yes, but you would definitely have them come back or something, and there's a new star-crossed.
Yeah,
lovers or something.
Not being just wink cameos, but they have
they're like
significance to it.
Yeah, 100%. But I mean, you do it. You've got Michelle Pfeiffer still looks fucking fantastic, and
Broderick is still alive.
Yeah, and he's still doing a lot of work. No, he's still doing work. I mean, I just that's the only thing that's jumped out at me, in terms of
Rob, our friend Rob, said, "How about a Clockwork Orange?" It's like, no, there's some things you just can't touch. Sorry.
Yeah, and the thing is that story's
it's Hammer time. You can't touch this.
But that story's over too.
Yeah, I mean, even remaking it. No, I mean, look, you can remake anything. You can do anything. I don't think you should. So yeah.
No.
You know what? It could be a legacy sequel in a very roundabout way with Daniel Stern, which could be really interesting. I'd love to see a Blue Thunder that represents sort of the Taxi Driver-esque script that was originally written.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
In today's world, a Blue Thunder for today's world. I think that could be really interesting, and you wouldn't necessarily have to know.
No, but you could just remake that, especially because
but have the Jaffo Daniel Stern still in it,
the surveillance state and all that.
Now he's the sergeant or the head of the division. I think that could be real. I think that could be.
That's a great idea.
We could really use something cool, gritty action drama that isn't $300 million that reflects today and the crazy. It's like that. I think that That could be really cool.
By the way, I love that movie. I love Blue Thunder.
To be able to remind people how cool Blue Thunder actually was.
Yeah, but but that's Columbia. It's not Warner Brothers. But yeah, I mean, I'm just saying. But yeah, in terms of Warner Brothers, I mean, in terms of '80s legacy titles, Lady Hawk.
People are saying Police Academy.
Yeah.
Why not?
But they already that's so played out. They made how many Police Academy movies?
Yeah, but like 9. But they could
and you know what? Okay.
Well, actually, you know what? Gutenberg's a pretty smart guy.
But here's the thing: he is. But I'll tell you this. I mean, you've got Brooklyn Nine-Nine. You know, there's been so many things that have done stuff like.
If you get someone who really's sharp, works with Gutenberg, has a good reason for Mahoney. I know these movies, Rob. Has a reason for Mahoney to come back.
I know you do. Okay. Oh, I got another one. I just found another one. Ready?
Yeah.
Speaking of Kurt Russell, no, I'm looking at Warner Brothers release movies. I'm looking back.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
You ready for this?
I'm ready.
Tango and Cash.
Yes.
Ah, see?
Yes.
See?
Yes. Yes.
Tango and Cash was not a great movie.
And you could do a Tequila Sunrise.
Oh, I would love to do.
All 3 are still alive.
Dude, I love that movie. I just watched. You know what? I watched it last weekend again. I love that movie.
I'm telling you.
I love Tequila Sunrise, but you know, Robert, you could never get the writer director, the man who wrote Chinatown.
You couldn't. Yes, you couldn't.
But there's no reason. But there's no reason.
There's no reason to make.
No one's gonna let you make another Tequila Sunrise. Another Tequila Sunrise.
There's a Warner Brothers movie.
Yeah, you could do that, but that would be more of a remake than a legacy sequel.
Well, you could bring Stallone and fucking Snipes back.
Snipes is dead.
It's the future, man. They can always bring him back.
No, but I think it'd be cool to make Tango and Cash. Guys in their 70s.
It would be.
You know. Wait, so we've got some. Marco Escondola says kids want their own, not remakes with Grandpa.
You're right. We don't. No, it's only remakes with Grandpa from now on.
Predator 3 with Danny Glover and Arnold Schwarzenegger. You know what though? Here's the thing.
And a very large diaper.
Like a King Conan would absolutely work. You can make Conan. You could make Schwarzenegger a king, put a beard on him, and he's in his 70s swinging an axe and leading that whole era. You could do an epic brutal. I mean, obviously you can't get Milius to come back, but you could do a brutal, hardcore, in your face, ultra violent. No green screen or none of that bullshit. Shoot on location, do it hardcore like Milius did with the original.
I believe that Arnold would do it in a heartbeat. He wants to, and I think he would do it in those conditions. He would suffer for it.
Oh yeah,
the way that
totally.
He did with Milius. I think he would really like to.
Oh, okay, Dave. Here you go. Our friend Miss 50 and Still Metal. One day we'll all have to go out to drinks with her. She says, Rob and Dave, The Hills Run Red. If it had been a franchise, any thoughts on legacy characters and Babyface? Would Sadler's character get a darker prequel? Janet Montgomery's character a future? By the way, would this be a good time to mention that Bill Sadler happens to be in what, Dave? What does Bill Sadler happen to be in?
True Noir.
Noir.
Please check out the Indiegogo or Kickstarter.
Please go to the Kickstarter campaign.
Rob needs your money.
Here it is. No, the project needs your money. I'm telling you guys, you're gonna love this. It's 7 hours. It's so much fun. Come support it.
7 hours of so much fun.
It is, man. Come on. Jeffrey Combs is in it. Katie Sackhoff is in it. Bill Sadler is in it. Curtis Armstrong. Curtis Armstrong's in it. Barry Bostwick's in it.
Booger from Revenge of the Nerds is in it.
C. Thomas Howell is in it.
C. Thomas Howell from The Hitcher. He's in it.
He's in it. Yes.
From Secret Admirer.
That's right. I'm just
Right,
saying.
baby.
It's a great cast. It's a great project. Go to Kickstarter right now.
I'm actually not mocking it. I'm very excited to listen.
Don't
to
mock
the
it.
whole
It's
thing.
really good. You'll love it.
Because Rob was going to send me for a small stipend of $25.95 the whole series when it's done.
I am?
I don't know.
Sure, why not? But yeah, but I'm telling you, I'm not kidding. All these people I just rattled off are in fact
No,
in it.
Tom Jr. Jackson, I don't want to let Rob know that I've been posting the Kickstarter link in the chat. I don't want him to know that.
Did he
Why
really?
would I want-
Thanks,
Yes,
Dave.
Yes.
Well, thank you.
I know
Appreciate
I
that.
did it, Rob. I've been posting it, not
Oh.
Tom Jr. Jackson. I've been posting the link. Of course I have. No, it's
Well,
me. It's me. It's all me. No. Oh, Tom Logan, new super chat, Rob.
Thomas
Go for
Logan. Thomas Logan says,
I can't say. I'm sorry.
"Oh,
Mr.
here
Logan.
we go." Tom. Okay, so Thomas Logan sent me a Reddit leak, which I don't like, by the way, about what's happening in the new Avengers movie Doomsday with Robert Downey Jr. playing Doctor Doom, Victor Von Doom. Thomas Logan says, the alleged leak, if true, Robert Downey Jr.'s face was always Doom's face, explaining why Robert Downey Jr. confirmed last week that he's playing Victor Von Doom and not a Tony Stark variant. 616, Victor was raised by the Starks and thus became a hero. Okay, here's my problem with that. With this idea of a switched at birth Tony Stark. That switch. If Victor Von Doom and Tony Stark were switched at birth, and that the Tony Stark that grew up that we've watched as Iron Man, if that was actually Victor Von Doom the whole time, who cares? It's not like Victor Von Doom's Kryptonian. They're just two babies that were switched at birth. So it really doesn't matter.
I don't think they really need to go in. I know they have to. I know they have to address the likeness issue a little bit. I don't fucking know. I haven't been interested in a Marvel movie since Werewolf by Night. Werewolf anything since
That was
Werewolf
a TV
by
show.
Night. I know. I haven't been interested in anything Marvel really since then. Unfortunately, I just haven't. I don't know why. It's like after Endgame was Werewolf by Night. I know why I like that because it hit my specific PowerPoints.
No, it was good.
And my little buttons like you found earlier in life, Rob. Werewolf by Night. Touch those buttons.
It's true.
Hit those buttons for me.
Well, to be fair, I found Werewolf by Night after I found Moon Knight, whereas Moon Knight did debut in the pages of Werewolf by Night.
No shit. See,
But
Werewolf
I didn't.
By Night, I knew Werewolf by Night way faster because of the Power record.
Yeah. Well, I knew Werewolf by Night because of Moon Knight, and I went back and got those.
Yeah. So at this point, I really don't care. It's weird. I was so invested, but after Endgame and Werewolf by Night being the only thing that I've really been interested in afterwards, I just don't really care what they do. It's like, all right, I guess I'll see it. I hope it's good. I hope whatever they come up with, pulls me in. Strange Darlings mean that.
Well,
I
look,
hope it does that to me.
look, I have to.
I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, I love Infinity War and Endgame.
Yeah,
I love them. I think they're two of the greatest fantasy films ever made with a build up.
And everything that built up towards it.
It's great. Those movies are so wildly entertaining, especially if you watch it together.
Yeah.
It's the Godfather 1 and Godfather 2 of superhero movies. And I love it. And I just
ever going to get to that point again.
No, I don't think they will either.
I hope they do. I hope they do.
I mean, I'm curious to see what Terry Matalas will do with
I hope
Vision.
they can invest me and surprise me and everything else. I want it as much as anyone. But I don't.
Well,
if they don't now, I'm not heartbroken.
I have to tell you, even Deadpool and Wolverine, it was fine, but completely inconsequential. I was really looking forward to Deadpool
There's
and Wolverine.
no stakes.
There's no stakes. It was not a movie. It had no plot, and I wanted it to be Deadpool and Wolverine meets Days of Future Past is what I wanted.
Yeah.
And Days of Future Past is a far, far better movie than Deadpool and Wolverine was.
Yeah,
But
because
Deadpool and Wolverine was like...
because there's stakes, there's ramifications that actually matter.
Yeah.
That also, again, very smart. It leads to nostalgia at the very end of the movie.
Sure. By the way, how great was seeing our documentary stuff at the end of those end credits of that film.
Well, I was the one who told you.
I know you were, but
I'm
I
like,
was.
Whoa! I did that lower third. That's my footage.
Well,
That's our footage.
I mean, that was.
I did that background. Holy shit!
It was incredible to see something we did over 20 years ago, or 20 years ago.
That we get no credit for. But
Well,
it
that-
was nice though that we know.
And your background graphics and stuff. I was like,
I know.
oh my
I
god!
was like, all right, cool. It's like, it's funny, Rob.
They could have given people. They could have given credit.
They could have. I mean, the credits would have gone a lot longer. But anyway,
No, they could have just had a quick thing.
sure, they could have. It's funny. Last week I picked up last weekend. I hadn't gotten the Usual Suspects
4K.
and I found it, and I picked it up and I rewatched our stuff.
It's really good.
I was surprised. I mean, knowing now, again, being a little more experienced now and everything, probably would have given stuff just a little more dramatic breathing room on certain things and everything else. But I was like, these things hold. It's nice to know that they actually hold up. The mix was weird. It was like they somehow, I don't know, the mix got like mixed. The music was mixed too hot on it for me. But I have a sound bar, so maybe that's the reason. But I was like, yeah, it's nice when you get to look at something again.
And that work that we did in 2000,
and it still holds up at 2002 to now.
yeah, no,
Like,
and we,
it's
you know,
nice.
those were delivered on September 11th, 2001.
I know because I was at the office on September 11th.
And
I was in the editing bay.
Yeah, I stayed up all night laying back those tapes.
Yeah.
And it was yeah, but to see our work, it's great. I mean, all of our legacy work
it was just really nice. Again, a nice reminder. It's like no one will ever remember the shit or who does this stuff or anything. And
no,
it's nice that it's on that release and everything, so it doesn't get completely lost to time.
No,
it took a long time. We put a lot of effort in all the things that we do, so it was nice to see.
I agree. I mean, I remember how hard it was getting Stephen Baldwin. We had to drive.
That. Well, it was tough getting Brian at that point.
Yeah.
At first, and that was just a weird series of confluences that just led to him getting involved. Because he was not going to be involved.
No, and I had to call him. MGM called me, and they said it was actually Susan. I forget her last name.
Right.
She called me and knew that I knew Brian, and that's how we got the job. She said, if you can get Brian to do it, you can have the job.
Right, and you lied at that point where you said, "Oh yeah, we'll get Brian," and you had no idea, and I just happened to.
I didn't lie.
Well, you embellished because because I remember the thing that was the turning point was I happened to go to a screening that Brian was at, and then I talked to him and was like, "Here's what's happening," and he's like, "Tell Rob to call me tomorrow."
Yep,
like,
and I did, and we did.
So.
That's actually Brian. That's a great interview with Brian.
Usual Suspects 2. Here we go. Legacy sequel.
The real question is,
all the suspects are around?
Did any of the Usual Suspects actually happen?
Right, or was it all?
Is any of that movie? Was
real?
There? I mean, the people were real. He's using real people, but did any of it happen?
Right. Yeah.
I don't know.
A couple more. Oh, you got them. You got them there.
Yeah, I've got Bobby show Dave Parker the leak. Let's get his opinion.
The leak.
The leak about. Hang on. There's a couple of things going on here. First of all, let me go back. VRock408 says, "Am I a Linkin Park fan?" You know what? I love Encore, Linkin Park and Jay-Z. Am I a Linkin? Dave, what do you think about this? It's Midnight Metal. We can discuss this. What do you think about Linkin Park coming back with a female lead singer?
Why the fuck not?
That's what I thought too. I was watching some footage. I'm like, this is pretty good.
She's a great singer.
She is a great singer.
It's like, look, they wouldn't do it if there wasn't demand for it. And it's like,
I agree.
Evolve into something new. I'm not saying, look, that doesn't mean that Nirvana should go on, because again, it's a tough one. That is a tough one. And now that I say that, now what I'm thinking is like Linkin Park is like, okay, you're a fucking lead singer. It's like, I mean, they've done the Doors in variation.
Which, by the way, Ian Astbury, lead singer of the Doors, fucking ruled.
They've done the Doors. They've not done Nirvana. But again, I think everything's an individual case. Linkin Park to me is like, look, Skid Row had a Lizzie Hale, a female singer, go in with them on a tour.
By the way, I did send you. By the way, I forwarded you Thomas Logan's. He sent me this Reddit leak about what's happening with Doctor Doom. He asked me to send it to you, and I did.
Okay, I'll look at it later, though. I don't want spoilers.
I'm just saying.
But yeah,
Thomas, I did send it to him.
So Lizzie Hale, for a tour, Skid Row's lead singer, not Sebastian Bach, lead singer, has medical issues and stuff and had to leave the band. And Lizzie Hale, who's in another band, took over. It was amazing. It was the best that the band's ever been since Sebastian Bach.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's audacious.
So it's like, but again, you know, yes, Dave Grohl and you know, the guys from Nirvana have played with other people and done Nirvana songs and stuff like that, but it's not been like a tour, a new thing like the way Linkin Park is doing right now. Look, I think it's an individual, case by case sort of situation.
But you know,
Linkin Park was never that near and dear to me. It was like I listened to it; they were good, but I was like, I never was like, it was not my band. It was not my era.
Yeah,
so
I mean that's fair.
So it's different. So, you know, Creed's back amazingly. You know. Yeah.
By the way, I got before you keep ruminating, a performing artist sends in a super chat and asks about Emilio Estevez's Legacy Young Guns sequel. I'm all for that.
The script's done.
Yeah,
the script has been written and everything, but you know what it was? It was Morgan Creek said, "Yeah, we're not interested."
Yeah, which is
now,
so.
I bet they might change their tune and maybe give it a little.
The people at Morgan Creek don't even know they made Young Guns movies.
Right, but now I think they might give it a little twist if Beetlejuice being done so well. They might go,
yeah,
oh, maybe there's something to this. So maybe it can still happen. And look, I think all the Young Guns are still around. I don't know how you rationalize Billy the Kid still being alive at that age. But again, he in Young Guns 2, he was an old fucker. So
yeah, I don't know either.
At the beginning, at the bookends of it. So
by the way, Thomas Logan says he found me through BTS Productions and not YouTube. Well, thanks. I appreciate that, Thomas.
He found
one day I'm going to send you this box set I have for you right here.
What is it?
It's the Sony Classics box set, the 4K box set that has the Run Lola Run in it. He wrote an essay and won the essay contest. Great essay. Richard Joano. Joano, like Phil Bono Joano. Joano. Starman is set up for a sequel. Jeff Bridges, Karen Allen, and Charles Martin Smith could come back with some new cast members. The original is a wonderful film. Jenny Hayden is pregnant at the end.
I did the extras on the Blu-ray for Starman.
I know, but they already did. They did the TV series.
I don't care. Starman is an interesting, weird anomaly. It just felt like Carpenter was like doing penance for the thing.
Dude, but that movie's great.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It's great. You know what? I know it's your least favorite Carpenter movie because
it's not my least favorite because Village of the Damned I don't like.
Dude, I'm with you.
I don't. Yeah.
90s Carpenter makes me sad.
Some of it does, but
After
the funny thing- but the
Mouth of
funny
Madness.
thing is, I actually really do enjoy Memoirs of an Invisible Man.
I did too. I was on the set. They made that movie while I worked at Warner Brothers.
I like that movie,
Hmm?
but I don't.
They shot.
Starman's a beautiful movie. it feels cold.
I don't know. I like it. Karen Allen looks really sexy in it with her Pacific Northwest sort of thing, even though it's not
Flannel
Pacific
thing
Northwest. Yeah, I like it. I love Charles Martin Smith. I love everything about that movie. It's great.
So you should love Trick or Treat, the 1986 movie, which he directed.
Yeah, I know, but I don't love it.
You should,
Okay.
because you love Charles Martin Smith.
I do love Charles Martin Smith, but I love him on camera.
Never Cry Wolf, Rob.
I love Never Cry Wolf.
Where's that Blu-ray? Where's that deluxe Criterion fucking Blu-ray?
Dude, where's 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea and Mary Poppins, man? Come on.
Oh, I have 20,000 Leagues on Blu-ray.
I do. I on 4K. Pardon me. Where are those restorations?
Well, Disney hasn't done hardly any 4Ks except for the newer stuff.
Yeah, but they just announced Sixth Sense and Signs.
Yeah, but those are still new movies to them. We're talking movies from the 60s, pal.
Why?
That Miles will be Egyptian times.
Why Mary Poppins and 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea are not in 4K, I do not understand. The 100th anniversary of Disney came and went. Those are arguably Walt's greatest achievements in live action.
I think this is a conversation for earlier this morning.
It is. You're right. Well, it's not this morning yet. It's still only 11:53. Believe it or not.
We're all right, guys. We're fucking closing up soon. We're closing shop soon.
We're closing shop soon. Please go to the Kickstarter campaign. Support True Noir. And by the way, you can pre-order the show. I don't get the money. The money doesn't go to me. I have no control over the kicks.
It filters through Papa.
Not me. I don't get the money from the Kickstarter at all.
It goes through Mike Bowden.
Yeah, Mike Bowden does it.
Mike Bowden's. Papa.
We have a lot. I got to tell you, the one thing about True Noir, if you ask me if I stayed within my budget,
Of course you did.
No,
I've always stayed budget. In fact, I'm lower budget. You know. You know what? Major Chai admitted. Major Chai admitted way earlier. She saw my vampire movie on Tubi called "You Shouldn't Have Let Me In," which is kind of like a 82-minute Scooby-Doo episode.
Yeah, but dude, you got to go to a foreign country, a beautiful place.
I get to Italy almost a year ago. Fuck.
Bowie, by the way, the Dead Man says Bowie's Starman is so great. You know what my new favorite obsession is? You know the song Starman? Have you seen those videos where somebody does something good in the world? Like you're scrolling through Instagram, he's a Starman.
I don't.
Well,
watch
I love those.
I don't watch those things where people do good in the world, Rob.
Okay.
Jesus.
But I get obsessed with scrolling. There are certain things. Well, let me just say there are Starman videos where people do good in the world.
To the song.
Yeah, to the song, and when somebody does good, the song plays. And they'll have like a graphic of Superman on the bottom, and then they'll show you the video, and he's a star man. Like a guy will walk an old lady across the street.
That's not how Bowie sings it. Sing it right if you're gonna do it.
I'm not gonna sing Bowie. Although I am getting Ziggy Stardust and Spiders from Mars on with Dolby Atmos.
How's that go? Tom Jr. Jackson says Dave is more of a Pornhub scroller. How dare you? How dare you start looking into my feed that way? Stop invading my privacy.
V-Rock 408 just sends in a super sticker, which is nice.
What's a super sticker?
That's his third super on a live stream.
Do I get the kickback from that?
Yeah, absolutely. You get a kickback.
Yeah. Balls.
How much you had to drink tonight?
Not enough.
Let's see. No, we're caught up. I haven't missed anybody.
That's lovely.
New Year's Superman movie was a legacy sequel. I don't think I did. Or maybe I did. I don't know.
Superman Returns was a legacy sequel.
It was. Superman Returns was a leg. What
in a weird way, because none of the actors from the OG ones spilled over
except Brando.
Except okay, so the most important actor did. Yes. Rob Delorio goes, can I give one last? A real RoboCop 3 with Peter Weller back in the suit.
Yeah, but
I think, look, who wouldn't want to see Peter Weller back in the RoboCop suit?
I don't know. He might be too old. Maybe.
Might be.
Yeah, he is. He's too old.
He fucking suffered and was like in chronic pain when he did it the first time.
Yeah,
Can you imagine now when he's like almost 80?
By the way, Thomas Logan says that Tom Cruise is already in negotiations for both Doomsday and Secret Wars. I think Cruise will end up being the real face of Tony Stark in most universes.
Boy, that seems like a weird... I hope not. I hope that fucking Marvel figures out a way than retconning what we've seen,
right,
to explain it. That's bullshit. You fucking dug this ground, you fucking earn it. That's what they did all the way through Endgame. They earned it all. Earn this decision.
Yeah, I mean they can't tarnish the legacy of...
You can't go, oh, sorry guys, you all just had a fucking brain fart. And what you really were seeing in all these movies was Tom Cruise, not fucking Robert Downey Jr. Fucking earn this choice. Earn it.
Well, we might definitely see that, Dave.
Or fuck you.
No.
If they do this Tom Cruise thing where they try to retcon that everything that you've seen, what we've seen.
I don't. Well, yeah.
Then basically, fuck you, Marvel. Fuck you for you're basically saying fuck you everything that you've watched, those 22 movies.
Yeah, they're not gonna
is meaningless.
Yeah, they're not gonna do that. They're not going to retcon their entire universe just to shoehorn Doctor Doom in as Robert Downey Jr.
No, earn it.
They're not going to do that.
They were smart before for 22 fucking movies. Right? Was it 22?
It was 23 in the Infinity Saga,
okay,
but
22.
Spider-Man Far From Home was the 23rd movie. Infinity War was the 19th.
So
Infinity War was 19, Ant-Man and Captain Marvel were 20 and 21, and Endgame was 22.
So 22 movies, they earned it. Talk about another great, let's just all bring it full circle here. Spider-Man No Way Home, amazing legacy sequel.
That was you know what? That could very well be one of the greatest legacy sequels of all time.
Yep.
That was amazing. It was amazing. Yeah. And
some might say spectacular.
they very well might.
I'm working with you here. I'm connecting.
Yeah, it's good. No, it's true. I mean, the problem is, they're moving headlong into the Avengers movies. Who's in the Avengers? I mean, Captain America's gone. Iron Man's gone. Black Widow's gone. Doctor Strange has never been an official Avenger.
So we have him as a potential. Captain Marvel is.
You've got Hulk. You've got Hulk can come back. You've got Thor is an Avenger.
You've got Sam Wilson.
But Sam Wilson. Here's the thing about Sam Wilson is he's not a super soldier.
No, he's not super powered.
He's not super powered. So
neither was Hawkeye, and he was an Avenger.
That's true. Okay, you're right. We got Hawkeye still an Avenger,
and neither was Black Widow. They were.
That's true. That's true. So Captain America. Okay.
And the new Falcon can be part of that.
If there is a new Falcon, sure.
Well, there is. We know that from it's the Latino guy.
Oh, well, that's good. I don't know.
From the series, he's in the new movie. I forget his name. I'm sorry.
War Machine. War Machine can take Iron Man's place.
Right. What's that rumor that whole Armored Wars thing and Blade were canceled?
Maybe.
I
don't know.
Look, I hope they're getting their ducks in a row, because the biggest thing that they need to do right now is explain how Doctor Doom looks like Iron Man. They have to figure this out, and
it can't be Spady switched at birth.
They have to do this in a real way where the fans buy it, accept it, buy it. I mean, there's no denying that they know how important this is. If they fuck this up, they lose all good faith.
Yep.
So,
I mean, look, to be fair,
Spider-Man will be an Avenger. He'll be back.
Well,
He'll be an Avenger.
He could be, because
one knows him, but
no one knows who Spider-Man is. But he probably
time to bring him back.
And he already said he was an Avenger in Endgame, or actually in Infinity War. So
so they can bring him in.
But the thing is, it's weird because, you know, we're not going to get a lot of
build up beforehand.
Yeah, I mean, and right now, to me, the Marvel Cinematic Universe is a mess. Now I'll tell you what I've heard. I know for a fact that Captain America: Brave New World is problematic. It's not bad, but it's not great either.
Right. Which is why they went and reshot so much stuff.
But I mean, and even after it's been reshot, the movie that we're going to see, it's no Winter Soldier and it's no Civil War, but it's not awful. And then I've heard Agatha is good, and I've heard that Wonder Man is good. Maybe Wonder Man will be an Avenger if the show is as good as I've heard it is.
Cool.
But other than that,
what about Loki being Avenger?
No, Loki's the god of stories now. He can't be an Avenger.
Oh, he can't. Okay, but Thor can still be.
Yeah, Thor can still be an Avenger. But I mean, again, what was so interesting about what Marvel did before was they had all the movies building up to the Avengers. Dude,
no,
do you remember?
They had a plan before. They had a plan.
Do you remember, like, I'll never forget, you know, I think I was with Derek Hughes, I was with Nikki Griffin. We were at the we were at the Sherman Oaks Galleria to see Avengers opening night. And I'll never forget sitting in that theater, watching that movie, thinking to myself, I can't believe what I'm watching. I couldn't believe I was actually watching an Avengers movie, even though we had all the build-up to it. I was like, I can't believe what I'm looking at. I never thought I would see that day come, and it came. And I was sitting in the theater going, I can't believe what I'm watching.
The last time that I was at a theater where it felt like being at a live prize fight or something was Endgame.
Oh my God!
I was opening weekend at the ArcLight Cinerama Dome, opening day, by myself. Everyone had gotten tickets. Either you had gotten tickets. Like everyone was scattered around, and it was just like I got to get a ticket, and I got to get it now. So I went by myself. The energy, everything. It was. Again, it was the last time. It was so massive.
Yeah, I mean, I went to a screening. I was with John.
And I'm
Schnepp.
like, but so it's like, yeah, but it's never happened that way again.
No,
since Endgame, never felt that audience. Everyone was so. And the thing is, the movie earned our enthusiasm.
Yeah, dude, I have to tell you, the last movie I saw with John Schnepp before he passed away was Infinity War, and I went with Amy Dallin, and we were all it was all the YouTubers, all the movie pundits, all the reviewers, all the fan press. We were all there. I will never forget, like, John and I were like bouncing up and down on our chairs the whole time, and when the Hugo Weaving voiceover sound alike, it was so good. I knew exactly who it was. I've never had, I swear to God, I turned to John Schnepp and he turned to me, and we're just like, we couldn't even articulate words. Oh my God, it's a Red Skull!
Because of all the things you expected out of Infinity War, Red Skull was not one of them.
No, and not when he's on Vormir.
Cool. But again, when you build to this high, I mean, Endgame and Infinity War together are they're Everest.
Yeah.
I don't know how they. I look. They're bringing all those people back. to do
and they're going to,
Secret Wars.
but
So
if
I'm hoping.
here's the
I'm
thing,
really hoping.
if they bring back all the people in any Marvel property ever.
No. I'm not talking the characters. I'm talking the creative.
No, but I mean, for Secret Wars, they're going to bring back every legacy character that's ever been in a Marvel. If they bring back Nicholas Hammond as Spider-Man, it wouldn't surprise me. But here's the thing, I don't care. I was so invested.
That's the thing. We're not invested. So the challenge for them is the movies beforehand.
Yep.
And again, Kevin Feige is smart enough to know it's like the challenge before Marvel is to make people care again before they get to Doomsday, or at least before they get to Secret Wars.
Yes, well, Doomsday and Secret Wars like the 1-2 punch, because Doctor Doom is such a big player in the modern Secret Wars comic. It was 2015 or something. I mean, but still, I just don't care. Deadpool and Wolverine was fine, but if I never see a Marvel Cinematic Universe movie again, that was a fun lark. But it certainly didn't.
But again, it really comes down to what we said about that movie. It comes down to stakes. If they can establish the stakes for us to care, then great. And our buddy Rob reminded. I was trying to remember his name. It's Ross Marquand, the great actor who was in The Walking Dead, who did the Red Skull, the new. Red
right,
Skull.
yeah. The Dead Man says Ziggy played guitar.
Ziggy did play guitar.
He did. Justin Martins says, didn't they remove all free will in the MCU with Loki's Kang debut? Wouldn't put it past them to continue this stupidity without accepting fault for their own downturn. Well, I'll tell you something. That's an interesting point, because I think right now, I mean, I heard Agatha all along is great, but honestly, I don't care, because the whole supernatural walking down the witch's path or whatever, all that stuff, I don't give a shit about. I really don't. As good as that can be.
I would like to, because I like personally, I again, which is why the last thing I loved was Werewolf by Night, is like, I like the fact that they're introducing the supernatural Marvel. I want more of. I want more of it, and it's in its own thing. It doesn't need to connect with everything else.
The problem is that if you bring the supernatural into, there's a lot of questions that go along with that. So,
but wasn't bringing Doctor Strange and bringing the supernatural in already?
No, it totally is. But here's the thing. So, say Blade happens, and there's a secret society of vampires. Sure. Did that secret society, if you're, let's just say,
let's ignore what was going on during all those movies?
Yeah, well, no, let's say you're Deacon Frost or whatever, and you have a whole cadre of vampires. When Thanos showed up on Earth and snapped his fingers, did it affect the supernatural realm?
Right.
And if it did, are you going to deal with that disruption? I think one of the big problems that I have, the Marvel Cinematic Universe was really tightly constructed for at least the first 23 movies. The Infinity Saga was pretty good in terms of what was going on. And then after Infinity War and after Spider-Man Far From Home, because the Spider-Man movies, remember, the Spider-Man movies are Sony movies.
Yeah.
And so really the last total MCU movie was Endgame, and you had this, and the Sony Spider-Man movies are
and there were ripples after.
Yeah, and Endgame was, No Way Home was fine, but after that, they haven't even addressed the fact they addressed this in Brave New World. A Celestial's coming out of the fucking Indian Ocean, and no one's dealt with any of that.
And that's the problem. Their plan, they didn't. After Endgame, they got too spread out. They didn't stick with their plan. So they introduced the Eternals, but they didn't stick with their plan of what they were going to do. So now you have this sort of fallout of a movie that, whether you like it or not, was not successful, and is part of something that they have to. Yeah, it's their mess that they got to clean up now, in a way.
Yeah, no, they have to look. I liked Shang-Chi for what it was, a wuxia movie. I mean, I would like to have had it.
I don't, because unfortunately, I'm going to be the one to say it. I don't think the lead actor is charismatic enough to be fucking Shang-Chi. I don't think he's. I don't. And I just watched fucking Jackpot that he's in too. I'm like, look. I don't mean to be a dick. Henry Golding way more fucking charismatic than Sammy Lou. I don't get this. I don't get.
Hey, look, man. I'm with you. I'm with you.
Sammy Lou at all. I don't get the appeal. I don't think he's that exciting. I don't think he's that interesting to watch as a performer. Fine, I'm a dick, I guess.
No, but I think
Shang-Chi was a huge misstep to me. Huge miss. Huge fucking bungle of a fucking movie. I know that.
Don't mince words, Dave. What do you really think?
I know that you and other people really like that movie, but it's like that's not my Shang-Chi.
But wait a minute. Look,
Shang-Chi at all.
Okay,
not
hang on.
even fucking close.
Okay, hang on. I would say that Shang-Chi. When I was reading, Doug mentioned Paul Gulacy in the 70s. It was James Bond meets Bruce Lee. That's what Shang-Chi was.
Exactly, and that's
now. But they've changed that character up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I understand why they did it, and I did enjoy it as a. But that movie's also problematic in the sense that
Awkwafina, again, it's like she shouldn't be. It's like she's not Kat Dennings. She's just fucking Awkwafina. It doesn't fucking work in the Marvel universe. It's an entirely different thing. It's like shoehorning this shit in. Same thing with She-Hulk. It's a sensibility that just doesn't
terrible. No, work. I mean, no, it totally. The Marvel Cinematic Universe totally went off the rails, and by the way, even though Deadpool, let's see, how much money did Deadpool and Wolverine? Like, I don't know if it's topped out yet. It's probably still playing, but I'm really curious. Let's see. Let's see what Deadpool and Wolverine has taken home internationally. Totally. Let's see. Would you like to know, Dave? So Deadpool and Wolverine now has a worldwide gross of $1,269,343,094. That is a huge amount of money. And which is great, but I would say this, a movie that is entirely inconsequential to the MCU. Basically, Deadpool and Wolverine is a Fox movie. It's a Fox movie. It doesn't really have anything to do with the MCU either.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. That's the thing. It's sort of the wrap up of the Fox universe and stuff like that. And the thing is,
I mean, the TVA is in it, but who cares?
Here, look, the biggest issue is this. It's an entertaining movie. It is. It's super fun.
Yeah, it's super fun. It is super fun.
But it's ultimately, like you said, in my opinion, meaningless. You know why? It's not our Logan.
Right. It's a made-up Logan.
It's just a variant. It's just a Logan that we haven't gone through all these years. It's just another one who looks like our Logan, but it's not our Logan.
And the funny thing is, our Logan is a product of multiple timelines. You know, the X-Men, the weird continuity of the X-Men.
Now, because of
Days of Future Past. I mean, it's
but that's the thing. Logan ended with Logan. Our Logan ended with Logan, and they didn't retcon that. They didn't change it. Thankfully, I'm glad they didn't and everything. But so ultimately, it's just another fucking Logan. He's meaningless. So it doesn't matter. None of it fucking matters.
I agree. And the TVA, the dumbest thing the MCU did was introduce the TVA.
Yeah. It's an entertaining popcorn movie and stuff like that, and they introduced the TVA to get around some fucking.
Well, no, the TVA was introduced in Loki. That was I think the single biggest mistake the MCU did was introduce the TVA. They should have
never done Loki as a series. They should just like, oh, yeah, we get it. We'll figure out another. The problem is all the TV series, for the most part, is what fucked up the fucking MCU.
I totally agree.
You know, and why?
Totally agree.
And here's the thing. I love WandaVision. I think what a fun series. Really fun. Really great. I really like that series.
I do too.
I've enjoyed some of the other ones and stuff like that. But it's like, again, it's what happens. It's what happens at a company level. You get greedy and you start pigging out. It's like, I want more. I want more. I want more. because God knows
No.
because God knows you people don't have enough money that you have to fucking fill your pockets more.
No, dude. Here's what happened. I'll tell you exactly what happened. Disney started a streaming service that was based on two things:
Right. Well,
Marvel
yes,
and Star Wars.
But again, it's all money based. It's all money based.
It is money based, but
we're
here,
greedy little pigs, and we need more
but
money.
no.
We're only Disney. We're only Disney that makes billions of more dollars on our fucking theme parks than we do with anything.
Here's the problem, and this is the thinking. The thinking is that Marvel, and this is the problem with a lot of these legacy, going back to our legacy sequel idea. People think that Star Wars is a brand. And so if you slap a brand on something, people will buy it. What people don't understand is Star Wars isn't a brand. Star Wars is a storytelling delivery system. And so you can't just slap...
I just feel, again, is another... I'm not saying you're wrong at all. I'm just saying it's another weird way to put it.
Well, okay, it is a weird way to put it, but here's the thing.
It's just an interesting... It's just, I haven't heard that before, so it's a story...
Well, I'm like, the thing is,
I totally get what you're saying.
But Disney thought by buying Star Wars, they bought a brand, like Nike or like Apple or whatever. And the problem is what they didn't realize is that Star Wars became what they thought of as a brand because the stories underneath the Star Wars banner, those are what mattered. It was the stories of Star Wars that were important, but they thought.
But now they thought the brand.
They thought that yes. And so what's happened is, and the same is true of the. Remember, Disney also. People forget the MCU started at Paramount.
Right.
Iron Man was a Paramount movie.
No. The MCU started as Marvel, and Paramount became the distributor.
Yeah. Well, yes. That is true. That is true. Yes, to be
they started
clear.
out, and the MCU with Iron Man started as an independent.
Yes, it did. Marvel was an independent studio, yeah, and everyone thought it was
they used Paramount as a distributor.
100%, 100%. So, and what was interesting about that was it's the same thing. So when Disney bought Marvel was a brand. And that's their thinking. So what when they started a streaming service, and Bob Chapek was in charge back then, Bob Iger wanted to start the streaming service. They looked at Marvel and Star Wars as brands. So they just went to the Star Wars. Hello, Kathleen Kennedy. Hello, Kevin Feige. We're starting a streaming service, and we're going to base it all around the brands. So and they don't understand that the brands are only as strong as the stories that are being told.
And
the stories that are being told, and
you know what's funny with Disney? What I find really ironic about this whole thing is too, it's Disney, probably the biggest brand there has ever been, and the only thing that they dip into for the most part is either classic fucking animated films to redo. They don't even look at the 20,000 Leagues being a wonderful example of
one of the greatest, by the way, one of the greatest fantasy films of the 20th century.
Technically, everything made. It's amazing,
and it's beautiful. The fact that Mary Poppins and 20,000 Leagues are on 4K shows that alone shows a problem with Disney.
But again, but at least they recognize that Mary Poppins was a brand that they could exploit. But the funny thing is like it's so rare. They have hundreds of properties, and
they made a legacy sequel to Mary Poppins and did not remaster the original film in 4K on disc.
And they remade a legacy sequel to Mary Poppins and didn't clearly understand what made Mary Poppins Mary Poppins.
By the way, Thomas Logan says Deadpool and Wolverine is not inconsequential. Deadpool and Wolverine stopped a universe from dying, a huge MCU event. They will now become a multiversal Avengers who will fight Doom. Okay.
Yeah, but it was a universe that was already dead.
Yeah, and now here's the thing about that. That's really not in the movie. Like if that was really
the stakes were never there. That they were stopping a universal collapsing event. Really, I mean,
you're watching. Do you know? Do you know how?
You're right.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Technically, he's right, but the storytelling was terrible. What they should have done. And if people should just make me in charge of all science fiction, fantasy, and I'll tell you how you could have conveyed this. The opening of the movie, the opening of Deadpool and Wolverine, should have been the opening of the first issue of Crisis on Infinite Earths. And I know it's DC, but in that comic, Crisis on Infinite Earths, you have Earth 3, where Alexander Luthor is the only superhero on Earth 3. We have the crime syndicate with Power Man or Power Ring and all the evil superheroes and Alexander Luthor, and you watch a universe die. The opening of Deadpool and Wolverine needed to have that happen. You needed to see some multiverse, whatever it was, put in whatever Marvel characters you want, put in DC characters, not DC, but put in legacy characters, Ghost Rider, whatever the fuck. You needed to see a universe die in the opening of that movie. You needed a massive cataclysm so the audience understood, like Dave says, what the stakes were. You had to see a universe die. You had to see somebody that we cared about, whether it was Nicolas Cage as Ghost Rider, whether it was Ben Affleck as Daredevil. I don't give a fuck. Because if Ben Affleck died as Daredevil in the opening of that movie, when you saw Elektra in the Void, it all would have made sense. It all would have made sense. And you watch fucking Daredevil die as the universe dies. We get the stakes. Cut to the opening of the movie. It's Deadpool's. I mean, it makes no fucking sense that you have Deadpool in 616 talking to Happy Hogan. I want to be part of the Avengers. What the fuck? What?
So you spend time, you get that, and his love story gets totally shortchanged. The thing that was the driving force gets completely fucking ignored.
And by the way, the first Deadpool is a wonderful movie. Tim Miller did a great job balancing Deadpool, Vanessa, all that shit. It's a wonderful film. $65 million. The action scenes are great. The effects are great. That movie is fucking the Terminator.
I think that's the thing. I think when you get, and Rob, you and I will probably never know, but I think when you get successful, when you have a big hit and stuff like that, and then you get all this money and everything else,
I want to know what that is.
It's like maybe your edge goes away or something. I mean, I know Tim Miller didn't do part 2 and everything, so we will never know what his vision of another one would have been. So yeah.
Look, all I know is that I met Tim Miller with John Schnepp. I'm a huge Tim Miller fan. I don't blame him for.
I'm not saying that Deadpool and Wolverine is like a worthless piece of shit. I enjoyed it. I did too. But I walked away like I do with pretty much every sort of superhero thing since Endgame. Going, yeah, I don't care. If I see another one, fine. I never thought in my life that I would be like, yeah, if I see another one, if I don't see another superhero thing, I'm okay because I've got those things.
And by the way, the reason that I know that Deadpool and Wolverine is totally inconsequential is even the post-credit tags mean nothing. I mean, they mean something to the movie. It was just a throwaway fucking gag. That movie, they designed that movie to be, and you can talk about the look, I am surrounded. I literally have.
You're surrounded by the multiverse.
I swear to God, if you look at my Marvel omnibuses, there has to be at least, I mean, I hate to say this, but I'm looking at these, even my X-Men omnibuses, there's got to be $20,000 worth of X-Men omnibuses around.
Where do you live, Rob? Because someone wants to like rob your observatory.
You couldn't, Rob. You couldn't.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, guys. You'd never be able to sell it off for any profit anyway.
And by the way, no, you couldn't. No one buy this shit. No one buy it. But the problem is, you couldn't carry it out. It's ridiculous. There's too much shit. You could take my Millennium Falcon 1/72 scale model that I actually made, and I'll sign it for you, and you can take it and sell
Nerd.
it for like $5. But although no, the kit alone, it was early too. It's not even the Bandai Perfect grade. But
I don't know what that means.
I know it doesn't matter. But the although you should see the 4-foot model of the Millennium Falcon I'm building. It's pretty neat.
Rob's the size queen, guys.
I wish, but but in all, it works still though. At my age, works. It's all good. But in all seriousness, the Marvel Cinematic Universe right now to me is moribund. It's gone. Now we have Agatha all along starting, and that in itself is gimmicky. It's already gimmicky because it's already part of.
Because this is what we need. We need an Agatha Harkness series. I'm not saying that it's not going to be fun and really enjoyable to watch stuff. But
I know.
Like, this is what we need. It's like, and look, I'm more than happy to be proven wrong on it. I like Catherine Hahn. I liked her in that part.
She was great.
I'm just like, this is the move forward. I know they got Daredevil coming, and I know they got shit, but again.
But Daredevil is a show. They shot it. They scrapped the entire show. The MCU Daredevil show they made, they completely threw it away. They started from scratch.
Maybe that's a good sign. Maybe like this isn't working. We gotta look. This shit has to build.
Apparently, 4 episodes in, there was no Daredevil. Matt Murdock was never in costume. They want to do some court. Look, for me, here's the thing. The Marvel Cinematic Universe, after Deadpool and Wolverine, that was a fun distraction. And I love the MCU. I mean, oh my god, I bought all the fucking 4K steelbooks and all that bullshit.
Yeah,
I love
the dolls, everything.
I've got all the Hot Toys figures.
There's no question that you love.
But I have to tell you, Dave, I don't care. They have made me not care.
Something that's going to incriminate me so much. Where is my Hot Toys man thing? And boy, does that work on so many levels.
I get you. I feel you. But wait a minute. That's actually why is there's no Werewolf by Night Hot Toy figures?
I know.
None. No Man Thing is a pivotal character in the MCU.
He is the guardian, the nexus of all realities. Why that isn't a pivotal thing in this fucking universe right now, especially with Doctor Strange and all these multiverse things, why they haven't sort of and I loved what they did with him in Werewolf by Night.
Oh, I loved it.
But why they are not setting him up, I'm not saying give Ted his own movie. I'm not saying that as much as that was my dream project. I would love to.
Oh, I know.
But I'm not saying give him his own movie. But there is that character that you can pepper in, especially in this Doomsday Secret Wars thing of this multiverse thing that they didn't do. I'm surprised.
Oh, I know, dude. I know.
And again, give me more horror stuff again. But again, it's the argument that you've always said with what the Marvel universe is, even from the beginning of since Iron Man and stuff like that. How introducing the supernatural and stuff like that. And Rhaegar, Man-Thing is not Swamp Thing, but for Marvel, it is, but it's different. It's different. I can't go on to a discourse to explain this to you right now. It's I don't mean to insult you, but it's like they're different beasts. Funny enough, created in the same physical space.
Yeah, I mean,
literally, Len Wein and Gerber were working, and Man-Thing came out first. So Man-Thing actually came out before Swamp Thing.
And remember,
everyone thinks Man-Thing is a ripoff of Swamp Thing. He's like, guys, no. They literally the two creatives were living in the same place at the same time. They were interacting with each other.
And by the way, do you know, Kevin Feige produced 14 movies 14
before.
more, and do you know what the 14th was?
Man Thing.
Man Thing in 2005. People forget.
Remember when we were in New Zealand, the effects guy was like, "Oh yeah, we did the Man Thing movie for Brett Leonard, the director of the Lawnmower Man," and I'm like going, "Oh, that's gonna be terrible. They just did my dream project out from under me."
And by the way, Len Wein also wrote Man Thing stories.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And by the way, his
Get the omnibus, guys. Get the Swamp Thing and Man Thing
dude,
omnibus.
the Swamp Thing, the absolute
The Bronze
editions
Age?
of Swamp Things are incredible. But no, here's Len Wein, who created Swamp Thing with Bernie Wrightson.
Yep.
He wrote a Man Thing story between the first and second episode of Swamp Thing.
Yep. I know.
So
there you go, people.
yeah. So it was all concurrent and very interesting. And Kevin Feige, by the way, was a producer on that 2005 Man Thing movie.
I know,
But nobody remembers.
But they finally got it right, because the thing is, it was like Michael Giacchino, and the writers of the Werewolf by Night special and stuff like that. It's like, well, we want to use Man Thing in there, which was kind of a brilliant thing, and the fact that Werewolf by Night and Man Thing are friends it was just so charming. It's just so charming to me, and that's 2 years ago now, for Christ's sake.
Oh, I know, dude. I know.
2 years. Because at the year anniversary, they released the color version of it, which is amazing. So now we're almost in October, so it's going to be 3 years.
And by the way, Dave, if you want to really go into the depths of what we talked about tonight, who wrote the 2005 Man Thing movie? Who actually co-wrote it?
Friend of ours, Hans Rodnoff.
And what did he also write? The Lost Boys direct-to-video sequence.
That's right.
Both of them.
Both Lost Boys sequences.
Hans Rodnoff.
We're bringing it full circle. It's all legacy.
It's all coming around, brother.
It's all legacy, baby. Where's the Swamp Thing movie? Delayed and who Mangold is?
Yeah, it's Mangold's gonna do it.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Me too.
Swamp
I
Thing's
know.
a hard sell to the mainstream audiences. I get it. I love swamp monsters and stuff like that, but you need to keep those movies kind of scrappy, low budget affairs. I don't think you can spend $100 million on a Swamp Thing movie and expect it to make money for the mass audience. The mass audience doesn't want to fucking see a swamp monster. They don't.
It's true. I know.
But anyway, this has been fun.
By the way, you know what else? You know what other movie Hans Rodnoff was a writer on?
The Hollow?
Deep Blue Sea 2.
Oh, he wrote Darren's Deep Blue Sea 2.
He was one of the people who did it from Darren.
Okay.
I think Darren's mad at me. I think because I popped off when I was...
Yeah, he is.
I have to call him.
David J. Scow texted me and goes, Trainspotting 2 is the best sequel ever, hands down, period.
Well, he's right. I mean, I don't know if he's right about that, but it's a great
When
sequel.
Scow speaks.
Hey man, I gotta tell you now that
I'm not going to argue with him.
Well, I just have to say, doing a Max Allen Collins audio drama, when Scow hears it, I want to do like another hard case.
Riff?
No, I want to do.
Or do you want to do gun work?
Upgunned.
Upgunned.
Bro.
Look, they're all great.
I know.
For it. I'm up for it.
But Dave's got to hear the audio drama. I think he'll dig it.
I think he will.
Maybe. I don't know. We certainly have the cast. I will say this. I broke the bank with the cast.
It's great.
It's good.
Amazing. So we should wrap this up. We started 3 hours ago.
Okay, hang on a second. Wait. Talk Thomas Logan says the cataclysm you described is an incursion. We'll see that in Doomsday. Time runs out. You didn't need an incursion in Deadpool and Wolverine, just Deadpool and Wolverine's intro. Yeah, but here's the thing, dude. Here's the thing. The way the MCU has worked over the last 15 years, when that movie ends, there's nowhere. It doesn't set up where it's going to go next. I mean, when you go back and you see Captain America, or pardon me, Johnny Storm do a funny joke, they've left that movie off and they've made it closed off unto itself. Because they needed to do that, because maybe they had to do that. There is no if you look at how the MCU worked very well for 15 years. We watched it work. You cannot tell me that Deadpool and Wolverine was setting up anything else, because it wasn't. They had their cake and they ate it too. They closed it off if they needed to, or they can open it up if they need to. But like everything else now, they have to go back and explain it. Most people didn't know what the fuck the TVA even was. They went with it because it was in the movie. But the TVA broke the MCU. It went too far. I know it was in the comics. It broke the comics too. It went way too far into the fantasy realm because it was not realistic. The beautiful thing about the MCU is you bought into it. Iron Man 1, all great fantasy films or science fiction or whatever, or horror, you get one big ask of the audience. One big ask. And if you convince the audience that the one big ask is real, like for instance, because it's out and Dave Scow might be watching this, in The Crow, you believe, and I'm talking the 1994 Crow. The Crow, because of the humanity in that film, I know, right? But that's why it works. The ask is you believe Eric Draven came back from the dead. Whether the Crow brought his soul, you don't know the mechanics behind it, but you believe it because they make you believe it, because it's Sarah telling the story. And there's a humanity there. And that's why it works as well as it does. They didn't have to have a scene where Eric Draven drew out morphine from Darla's arm. But the reason they did that is because, or the scene where Eric talks to Ernie Hudson and brings him a beer or whatever. They humanized Eric Draven, so even though he's a spectral force from beyond the grave, you believe it. You believe it because he's human, even though he's supernatural. That's what The Crow does, that this new version of The Crow is has no fucking clue. No fucking clue. And the MCU made us believe. You watch Iron Man 1, the big ask in that movie is that the Iron Man technology works at all. That you can have somebody flying around that has no aerodynamic properties other than repulsor things in his hands and blasters out of his feet. You believe it because the movie makes you believe it. The MCU now, we don't believe it. The audience will go with it because whatever. But they've completely shattered the verisimilitude of the MCU. And unless they get it back, we will not go with it. They have lost their audience because we no longer believe. And whether you think I'm right or wrong, Deadpool and Wolverine's an anomaly. We'll see.
Well, again, my thing is like, it's so weird to go, well, let's argue Deadpool and Wolverine. Again, very successful, good for them, great.
Yeah.
Very, very fun, entertaining one-off movie and that type of thing. As far as the bigger picture of where it's connected and everything else, do I want Deadpool in the fucking movies? Sure, why not? But that's not our Wolverine.
No, it's not.
So why do we care?
We don't.
But
we don't. We care because
they're expecting us to.
Well, everyone cares about Hugh Jackman, but they didn't
care
even.
About Hugh Jackman, the actor, who it's like, oh, okay, but that's not.
Dude, I got to see Old Man Wolverine. but that doesn't mean, that
Yeah, you get to see a lot of different Wolverines.
I got to see Age of Apocalypse Wolverine.
Right. Was that the big hair one?
Yeah, with the cut off arm.
The sort of Kip Winger, 80s metal hair.
Yeah. But that this is, look, here's the problem with modern Star Trek has suffered from this. All the great fantasists, and I hate to say it, but you got to go back and you got to watch The Twilight Zone. You have to watch Outer Limits. You have to watch the original Star Trek, Thriller, Alfred Hitchcock Presents. These people knew how to set up a scenario and make you fucking believe. And they made the audience believe in the fantasy. So did the writers of the first 23 fucking Marvel movies. For the most part. By the way, Marcus and McFeely, who wrote Chronicles of Narnia, Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, were the writers that went on, when we were down there in New Zealand. Those are the writers that made the Marvel Cinematic Universe work. Right. They were the people, the architects of Endgame and Infinity War. They wrote Winter Soldier. They wrote Civil War.
And I guess I'm blind. What are they doing now?
I don't know. Do we know?
So why aren't they bringing those guys back? Because what?
I don't know, man. To be honest, I don't.
Or are they just like, I've had enough with the fucking machinations of fucking Studio Hollywood, and fuck that. I can rest on my laurels.
I don't know.
Enough money, and no one could blame them for that.
I don't know, but let's go back to.
You need a sensibility like that, though.
Like sure. Scow's in the chat. Scow wrote the fucking Crow. He understands. If you read Dave Scow's horror fiction, and I've got a lot of it on the shelves up here, he makes you believe, like all the great horror and fantasists.
But again, the thing that works about his writing is because the majority of it is character first.
Yeah,
it's not scenario and everything. He's interested in character and knows that's the engine that makes stories work.
Yeah, you have. Yeah,
which is just like,
But again, he also
you can always have a cool twisty turny scenario, but the thing is, if you aren't falling in love with the characters, even if they are complete and utter bastards and everything, look, and you and I both know that's not an easy thing.
That's why we brought him into the Hills Run Red. It was a fanboy wank fest.
I'm just saying, in general, it's like, if it was so easy to do, well, you and I both would have done it on our own easily throughout these years and everything.
Yeah.
So it's definitely it's definitely a sensibility and a talent that is absolutely rare and worthy of payment. But that's the other problem. Okay, Stephen McFeely is writing Doomsday and Secret Wars, Thomas Logan says. Thank you.
Is Marcus and McFeely both writing it, or just one of them?
Well, Thomas Logan just said Stephen McFeely is writing Doomsday and Secret Wars. We'll see.
Well, okay, that gives me hope, but I don't like the fact that they have not been involved. I don't know what happened. I don't know why they're not doing that. If the Russo brothers, I'm sure the Russo brothers brought them back if they could.
They probably did They probably worked on Cherry and the other Russo brother things. They probably went on with the Russos and did other things away from Marvel.
Yeah, but the Russos' track record after Marvel is not great.
But again, we'll look
Citadel's a fucking disaster.
Right, but look, well, again, but after, that's the problem too. After Endgame, the critical eye on you is like, well, is anything going to be ever as good? So it's like, I don't know. Maybe that. Look, the fact that people feel that you've got the special run of 22 movies is kind of unprecedented in history of movies that so many people liked for so long. 22 movies in kind of a row that people like. That's never happened before. It may never happen again. It might just have been this pocket of time where it's like, okay, this is something really special, and we are not going to get that again. And okay, cool.
Right. Although I will say, okay, hang on a second. I'm now interesting. So Stephen Marcus Christopher Marcus is not writing Doomsday and Secret Wars, but Stephen McFeely is.
Okay.
So who knows what happened there? Because they wrote together for decades, 2 decades.
Yeah, well, you know how easy it is to work with someone over a long period of time.
Yeah, we're still here, aren't we?
We're here.
Dude, you and I go back 30 years.
Yeah, we do, but we haven't like worked together in a long time. Like physically, literally worked together.
Yeah, but that's not because we haven't had anything. Like, we've been working on our own, doing our own thing. It's not like I would work with you in a second tomorrow if we had a project to make.
But it's been a long time.
Yeah, but we.
I'm not saying no, but again, but you can understand where people have.
Right, but I would say that if you're writing with somebody and you've written 2 of the most expensive, the most profitable movies of all time, to not have that. But
again, once you've done it, do you feel the pressure and need to do it again? It's like, hey, I did it,
dude. I don't know. I can't even imagine the amount of money that was backed up to everybody's.
Yeah, of course.
You know, I can't.
Oh my God, it's insane. Anyway.
We can end this show.
We got to wrap it up, dude.
And fire flew from his fingertips as he rosined up his bow. And he said, I'll take that bet you're going to regret because I'm the best there's ever been. That's ever been. Round the mountain. I don't even know why I'm quoting the Devil Went Down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal, Dave. He was in a bind because he was way behind and he was looking to make a deal.
Where's that feature adaptation?
Man, I don't know. I mean, Walter Hill's Crossroads.
I know, but but like a literal adaptation of The Devil Went Down to Georgia?
By the way, can we just stop for a moment and give Crossroads some love?
Of course.
Metal,
fucking Steve Vai's at the
dude,
end.
that fucking movie's fucking metal with the karate fucking kid, man. Nobody ever talks about Crossroads.
I love Crossroads.
I do too. And it's got that VHS Blu-ray package. Love it.
Yes.
People are like, what the fuck are you talking?
I had that Blu-ray. I'm looking.
We're like totally off the rails here.
How about there's a legacy sequel?
Crossroads 2. You know. No, but is that though? Can we really do that? I mean,
no. I mean, well, you could have Ralph Macchio's character now become the old wise one again, and it's a new kid.
Dude, why don't I do a Warriors Legacy sequel? I know Deborah Van Valkenburg. What's Mercy doing right now? Is she still tying the mattress to her back?
I hope not.
I don't know. People are like, what? Are they still watching? Actually, 271 people are watching us right now, Dave.
Fantastic, guys. Thank you for sticking around for this long as we went off the rails of our main topic. Long time ago.
Long time ago.
Oh no, he's gonna sing Miss American Pie.
No, I'm not. I am not. That's a long song. I'm not gonna sing it.
Maybe you could sing MacArthur Park to end the show.
No, I can't.
Or
no.
just lip sync it like Beetlejuice too. Dude.
Yeah, no, I can't do that. No, MacArthur. By the way, you know what a weird choice.
Yeah. What a weird dour.
It's not exactly the Banana Boat song, is it?
Not a real fun one to like. Woo. Yeah.
Clearly not.
I think that is the. That scene is the splinter in the eye of Beetlejuice.
Is it the splinter of the mind's eye of Beetlejuice?
No, it's the splinter in the eye. It's the signature scene of the movie, and it says really everything that's wrong for me with Beetlejuice is that scene. That sums it all up right in that scene.
You know what? You could very well be correct.
I could be, and I could not be.
I think you might be right, though. Again, I'm glad Scow thinks that
Trainspotting.
Trainspotting.
Now I gotta watch it,
Dude. It's so. I mean, it's so. First of all, don't just watch just because you admittedly. You really need to watch because it's been a long time.
No, I'll watch the first one again to refresh myself before.
And by the way, Criterion did release it in 4K.
I don't have money, Rob. I need a job. I don't have money right now, so I can't buy the 4K.
I don't have money either.
I need a job, guys. Like, who's hiring? I edit too. I don't just direct. I rarely direct it. That's more of a hobby type thing that way. And I just, yeah, this is what it's come down to, Rob. I'll edit your casting reel.
Dude, I'm editing my own show. I'm not getting paid on my. All I'm doing is trying to pay the actors. Like,
oh, I know oh my God, the legacy sequel. No one's been clamoring for it. Howard the Duck. What the fuck are we doing here? It's time to go, Rob. I gotta go. Howard the Duck. The Lucas Howard.
Well,
the Duck.
Leah Thompson's down. Leah Thompson's down.
We'll get Jeffrey Jones back too. I mean, controversial, but we'll get him.
How about Some Kind of Wonderful 2? And Amanda Jones and Eric Stoltz. They're now a couple. They're married. They have kids. We can, Propaganda, which is on ZTT, playing that remix at the beginning when Watts is playing. Oh, actually, it's Amanda Jones is in it. Leah Thompson, Mary Elizabeth. Anyway, whatever.
No. Mary Elizabeth Mastrantonio. No, not her either.
No. First of all, can I just say that there are two teen films of the '80s that I love so much. One is Some Kind of Wonderful, and the other is
No Small Affair.
Secret Admirer. And they both have the same problem for me.
I will not work for low-budget films. I can't afford that. They don't pay anything.
They don't.
I need big budget. No, I don't know. I probably
you interrupted my thought, but I'm going to tell you what I really bought.
Secret Admirer.
What bothered me. Both of these movies. Okay.
See Thomas Howell. You could have a legacy sequel of that.
It's so funny. I directed C. Thomas Howell, and I didn't tell him this about Secret Admirer, and maybe I'll call him up and have this conversation. I'm like, Lori Loughlin was his best friend in Secret Admirer, but he wants to bang John Travolta's wife, Kelly Preston. And from the very beginning, we know, like, Lori Loughlin is so hot, so cute, so in love with him, like, you're a dumbass. Same thing is true of Eric Stoltz. Watts,
he was really hot. He was really hot.
His tomboy... His tomboy girlfriend, Watts, who plays drums, who's so hot for him. She is so hot, gender unspecific. I mean, she would have been called non-binary, I guess, back in the day.
She was in Benny and June. She's charming.
I mean, in both of those movies, the two male protagonists do not know that their best friends, their best female friends, are already in love with them, so down to do whatever. They could live happily ever after, and they're both in those movies going after women that are not worthy of their love. And I watched those movies even back in the 80s. I'm like, you guys are idiots.
How about a legacy sequel to Angel?
Dude, have you seen the fork, or is it the Blu-ray?
Have you seen the
Vinegar Syndrome, the big box set from Vinegar Syndrome?
No, but you get a thumbs up.
Dude, I bought it. It's fucking great.
Guys, here's a shocker. Rob bought a 4K.
I don't even know if it's.
Where is it? Is it right there?
No, it's fine. It's on the other side in my Criterion closet is over there.
Oh yeah, you have a little short bus that you drive around in and call the Criterion closet. Did you see that? Did you see that? No. They had like a Criterion, like a short bus, like parked on like a soundstage. Like that's supposedly the Criterion closet. That's how they get all the people. They like just drive.
Oh, is that true?
I don't know if it's true, but
I thought you had to go to New York to go to the Criterion offices.
Oh, those pretentious fucks!
Why you got to shatter my illusions?
I don't know. I think it's.
Is that true?
I think it's like the Magic School Bus. It just drive. Criterion just isn't it more fun to think that the Criterion school bus just drives around? And
No, it's not. I want there to be in some Tony office or some Tiffany office.
That's the thing. You want some Tiffany office, and you want Martin Scorsese to like open the velvet rope for you. Welcome to the Criterion closet.
No one's invited me there, and I've been selling and buying Criterion product. By the way, you know what? Do you know what this year is?
To have a movie,
do you know? But do you know what? Do you know what 2024 is? It's the 40th anniversary of Criterion.
Yeah, but maybe you need to have a movie that's put out by Criterion.
Oh, I know. I'm not saying that. I would love to do Cliff Stevenson.
Rob, the
and
only person I know who wants to go into the closet in this day and age. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Okay.
Don't hurt yourself.
You're not wrong. You know, yeah.
You should make a T-shirt. I want to go into the closet. And just send it to Criterion, please.
That's actually well. If Criterion was like A24, and they should be, they would start a membership. Like
Why is it called A24?
I don't know.
Isn't that a mystery that we should solve?
Well, you know what, Dave? There's something called the internet. Let's see.
Oh.
Why is
A24
called?
Maybe you should look up on the internet. How do I get into the Criterion closet?
Wow. Okay. Dave, this is really interesting. Oh. The name A24 comes from the Italian A24 motorway, which Daniel Katz was driving on when he came up with the idea for the company in 2012. A24 is a film production company that has become known for its unique style and impactful films. Some of their most popular films include Uncut Gems, Lady Bird, The Lighthouse, and Everything Everywhere All at Once. A24's strategy includes giving directors a lot of creative freedom and using viral marketing and word of mouth instead of traditional marketing.
Oh,
now,
I like that. That's a great backstory.
There you go. And I got to tell you, dude, I joined A24 like you can get a membership and they send you a magazine like quarterly. And for my birthday, A24 sent me a thing that said, "Hey, it's your birthday. You get a free gift from A24." And they sent me to their store, and I got Lamb, the Noomi Rapace movie, Lamb. Not only did they send me their awesome slip, the A24 Blu-rays are great. I just got Zone of Interest.
Mm-hmm. That's a fun one to throw on a Sunday afternoon.
It's lovely.
You're looking for something light.
I know, but
it's a romp. That's what they call it, a German romp as a movie.
Yeah, it is. It's a jackbooted romp. But here's the thing: they sent me. They didn't even charge me shipping. They sent me Lamb for free. And oh, dude, this is so embarrassing, but I'm going to show you right now. I'll pull it out.
Your membership card? No,
I have a membership tag. There's my A24. Look, and it says, it says member on it.
It says A.
Yeah, it does. It does.
A.
And for all of you who want to know how much I love anime, here's my my youth in Arcadia, Captain Harlock. This came from my Partworks Arcadia that's 4.5 feet long. They sent me this keychain. So there you go. So here's my keychain. What this says about me, I don't know, and why I put there this A24.
You know exactly what it says about you.
Well,
you just don't want to admit it.
Well, you know what? Authenticity.
We're getting pitches for an Angel Legacy sequel right now in the chat.
Yeah, because that's going to fly. A 16-year-old hooker in Hollywood. Oh, wait. Now you're just taking it all online and it's all legal.
It would be like, that's the thing. You know what?
If we're going to do a legacy sequel, Dave.
This is the problem. OnlyFans has destroyed all the fucking exploitation trash of like Vice Squad and Angel and everything else. OnlyFans just sucked all that out of the young people now who don't need to go to the movies.
Okay, how about this? How about we get Scout? How about we get Scout to write? You direct this. Scout will write it. I'll produce it. We remake Hardcore, but it's about, you know, a father going into OnlyFans. Oh my God, that's my.
Isn't that your riskier business?
Kind of, but since you brought up Angel, I'm thinking, what can we make as a legacy sequel? Hardcore is the best.
Yeah, but you know, Scout wants money, deservedly so.
Well, we'll get him money.
I want money.
Scout's gonna write. By the way, Scout's gonna write Basic Instinct 3 for me.
If you're watching this, I have nothing to do with this, sir.
I know, but you know what? Once
It's
I
all
pitch him
Rob.
my whole idea,
Rob's talking all this nonsense now. It has nothing to do with me.
Basic Instinct 3 is all about Eve.
I think Scout is he's secretly in the chat under the words Star Trekking.
No, not even Scout would do that. No.
Oh, Rob DeLauro, just relax. We're just joking here. We're not going to take your Angel Legacy sequel pitch. It's all yours, buddy. Just it's like there. I know. I know you're joking, but I'll hook you, Rob. I'll hook you up two together. You know
it's funny.
I know we can get Donna Wilkes into this, and you guys will be golden.
Donna Wilkes. Okay, wait. Now I want to know. Hang on.
Donna Wilkes is still around.
Oh, I know.
She does conventions.
Oh, I know. I know she does conventions.
Convention stuff, and she does Dave Dakota films.
Of course she does. Donna Wilkes, Angel. Here's a in a world.
Maybe you should go play your 4K Angel right now.
Where Angel
show it off.
Where Angel is now 64 years old.
Is Angel even good? How's your father? You don't have. If you have to ask, you just don't get it. I once watched I Spit on Your Grave and hated it. Well, then how's your father? You're good. You're good. If you hate it, I Spit on Your Grave, because there's not much to like about it except the poster. Here's a little trivia for you guys who don't know: the poster of I Spit on Your Grave, the original film, is actually of Demi Moore. That's Demi Moore's ass.
By the way,
of I Spit on Your Grave.
Since we're talking Angel, and we're talking Donna Wilkes, can we talk about?
We are for Rob.
Okay, but can we just talk about what movie I love Donna Wilkes in? A movie that does not get enough love.
Little Darlings?
No, which
Jaws
could
2?
Yes.
There you go.
Donna Wilkes fucking rules.
Schwartz love there.
You know, oh, look, Jaws 2 is the American Graffiti of Jaws sequels. It's all about cruising, but in catamarans.
It's the more American graffiti.
I love Jaws 2.
Jaws 2 was traumatizing to me. It was the first one I actually saw.
Love it. I love Jaws 2. It's not Jaws. It's not Steven Spielberg's Jaws, but you know what?
No, nothing is.
As sequels go, Jaws 2 is the 2010.
But again, but you know what? But you know what Jaws 2 was in its day and age? It was the Alien 3 to Aliens.
No, I would say no.
No, it was really disappointing.
Jaws 2. You thought Jaws 2 was disappointing?
I didn't. I was a little kid. I was.
Oh, dude, I loved. I drew. We had covers on our textbooks in elementary school.
I have the Marvel adaptation of Jaws.
Dude, I read the Hank Searles novel, which is not. It doesn't bear any resemblance to the movie.
That's the John Hancock version of Jaws 2. John Hancock, who did Let's Scare Jessica to Death, who was hired to direct it and then got fired. The Hank Searles novelization is more representative of what he was going to do.
Yep. I love Jaws 2.
Jaws,
I love it.
And love amazing John Williams score for Jaws.
Amazing. The opening score, the opening piece, the orca, with the broom, 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 broom.
I think that's called harps.
Well, it is.
I think that's called a harp.
It is called a harp, but that's what happens in the opening piece of music. The orca.
Yes, you're right.
They're playing the harps.
Yes.
I love.
Junior Jackson was like, Dave Parker, tell Grandpa Rob about your Jaws 2 PTSD. I didn't say it.
Why you call me Grandpa, buddy?
Tom Junior Jackson did.
He's a goof guy. He's a goof person.
He did. Isn't he the progenitor of a goof?
Yes, he is. He came up the term.
Well,
which, by the way, we brought back tonight in the opening of Midnight Metal.
I know. I was sad though. We didn't play. We didn't have an opening that played either Chaosium's new song or.
Okay, I played Chaosium's new song and I got demonetized, dude.
You never played Chaosium or Tone Deaf Jesus' song. You didn't.
Yeah,
get
I got demonetized for Tone Deaf Jesus too. Yes, we did.
What son of a bitch? Well, yeah. His song, so you should
demonetize. Yeah, well, it's not. It's algorithms, man. Algorithms.
All right, well, that's the problem with YouTube. We should go somewhere else. Twitch, maybe.
You know what? Maybe we can get Donna Wilkes to come on the show.
You think? Well, it might be. It's probably a little late for her.
Why?
They go to bed early.
Yeah, but she probably lives in California, and when
you're that old, you go to bed early.
She's 64.
Yeah, I'll be in bed by 5 at 64.
Dude, she was in Schizoid too.
With Klaus Kinski?
Yeah. By the way, her middle name is Consuelo.
Ooh.
She's born in Harlem.
Consuelo, kind of like Moon Over Parador, it sounds like. There's a deep dive for you.
All right, I like Moon Over Parador.
We're going off the rails here. Where's my Moon Over Parador 4K? That's what I want.
I don't know. Wait a minute. She was also in Grotesque.
Oh yeah, with Linda Blair.
Yeah.
And Linda Blair and what's his face? Tab Hunter. Tab Hunter.
There you go. Yep.
People are still sticking around watching this train wreck going off the rails now. It's time to wrap it up.
Dude, I gotta go on with Dieter in like 10 hours.
You got some Bastion to you can talk, and you're going to be talking about a movie that has a Bastion in it tomorrow. Never Ending Story.
Here we are. Yeah, I know. It's coming out.
Talk about a legacy sequel.
There we go. Well, it's not. It's the original.
Atreyu's Revenge. What I'm saying is Atreyu's Revenge.
Hey man, there's a band called Atreyu.
Rob. Really?
Okay.
You think you got to let me know that?
It's Midnight Metal. I don't know. It's not exactly a metal band.
It is a metal band.
Are they? Really?
All right, here we go. We're wrapping this up, Pat.
Okay, Falcor. I want to thank, first of all, let me thank all of you for being here, sticking around with us.
Including me.
This is your idea, Holmes.
I know.
Come on, man.
God, I'm smart.
I want to thank you. This is a great topic. I want to thank everybody for tuning in to Midnight Metal 87. Thank you all for being here.
87? I don't know. I thought 87 was 4 shows ago. Well, I think you just recycled the same.
No, I don't. I made a new one. I made a fucking new one. I make a new one every. And by the way, if I didn't, one of my Discord supervisors would tell me.
Oh.
Yes, he always does. Josh, if I get the number wrong, I expect you to tell me. So thank you for that. No, I think I got it right because I would have heard from him. Maybe I'll hear from him tomorrow, and I'll have to change the number. I want to thank, first of all, Tom Jr. Jackson, Darth Plato, all of my favorite moderators, all my favorite people. By the way, Tom Jr. Jackson was not in our member call today. Where were you, Tom? I don't know. We had a great member call.
You?
Thank you, members.
Hi, Major Chai Chai.
And Major Chai. Is Major Chai Chai still here? Remember, everybody, if you can go, we're down the last 5 days, go to True Noir on Kickstarter. TrueNoir.co. It's not me, it's the show. Pre-order it in whatever format you want to get in. I promise you, it's really, really good. I'm not just saying that. The proof is in the pudding. If I told you it was good and it sucked, you'd go, Rob, it's not that good. It is that good.
Rob,
so check it out.
We outlast Castle Grayskull. She left. She was like, fuck this. Fuck this, guys. Fuck you guys. She's not talking to us anymore.
Really?
We lost another one. Yeah.
Story of my life.
We're not showing enough skin on this show.
Well, I'm certainly showing enough sweat sitting in my... Dude, I got to tell you, the forest fires out here, I put pictures on my Instagram. It's insane. Anyway, never seen anything like it.
Your Instagram.
Why not?
I don't know. I have to. I guess I'll have to.
All right, you should. Anyway.
Well, stay safe with those forest fires. I mean, you have a lot of valuable shit. I hope it's all insured. I hope you have house insurance now and you've taken photos and cataloged everything. Cause,
we do.
You'll never get it all back, but, you know, it could be your windfall.
I need to get rid of it, to be honest. But anyway, everybody.
Angel 4K that's over there somewhere.
It is over there. I have to walk around and get it. But I did get it from... I don't know, to be honest, if it's 4K or 2K.
Observatory is like one of those, you know... Universal Horror Nights mazes. It's
no, you're welcome. No, it's not. No, it's
rounds and rounds.
No, it is not. It is not. Just
Major Chai, I know you're still here. I said Castle Grayskull is not here. Jeez.
Look, Dave. Let's wrap this up. Let's hear me now.
I wish you would. You've been trying to.
Remember, everyone. Every person you meet.
Story. And he needs money. It's on a Kickstarter right now. Remember that. And he wants to go into the closet. Rob's desperate to get into the closet. So remember that, everyone.
Every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear, and all you have to do is listen. Yeah, I'm going to go into the closet, the Criterion closet. I'm going in there. Yes, I am.
It's a dream. We can make this happen, guys. Make a wish. Make a wish happen.
Remember, True Noir. Go support it on Kickstarter right now. Yeah, no, I don't. The project does. The project needs money. All of you people. You know what's really interesting? I actually turned off the screen that I need to turn this show off. So, Dave, I mean, go to Kickstarter right now, and you... can order True Noir, the immersive audio drama, the 7-hour, 10-part immersive. I can just talk. Please go. TrueNoir.co. Check it out if you want it, if it's interesting to you. From the Nathan Ella casebook. Come on, how cool is that poster? Come on, man. I know, right? Bartos did that all the way from Transylvania.